Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and cybersecurity enthusiasts, good morning. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference, Cerc 2025, right here at the Kuwait College for Science and Technology. Whether this is your first Cerc or you're a returning friend of this conference family, welcome. You are exactly where the future of cybersecurity is being shaped. 7 years ago, a partnership was born, a commitment between Kuwait and the United Kingdom to collaborate on one of the most pressing challenges of our time, cybersecurity. What started as a memorandum of understanding in 2018 has blossomed into this vibrant annual gathering, where minds meet, ideas collide, and solutions emerge. Cerc 25 is a joint venture between Kuwait and the United Kingdom, organized by the Kuwait National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC, the British Embassy in Kuwait, and Kuwait College of Science and Technology, in partnership with Cardiff University, the BCCA, and the Kuwait Information Technology Society, KITS, sponsored by the UK Science and Technology Network. This year, we're exploring something truly exciting: intelligent cyber defense convergence for a safer digital world. We are technically co-located with the 7th International Conference on Blockchain Computing and Applications, creating an unprecedented opportunity for cross-disciplinary dialogue and innovation. And now, please join me in welcoming the President of Kuwait College of Science and Technology, Professor Khalid Al-Baqaeen, to the stage to deliver his welcome speech.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Mr. Stuart Summers, Deputy Head of Mission, British Embassy in Kuwait, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It's both an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 7th Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference, organized again here at KCST, Kuwait College of Science and Technology. Allow me first to express my highest level of appreciation to all partners in the organization of Cerc 2025, starting from Her Excellency Engineer Abir Al-Awadi, Chair of the National Cybersecurity Center in Kuwait, for her patronage of the event. Unfortunately, she cannot be with us this morning because of urgent matter. And also to the British Embassy in Kuwait, represented by Mr. Stuart Summers, Mr. Dominic Jankowski, and the embassy team. Also, the UK Science and Technology Network in the GCC, represented by Mr. Nick Boucher, with whom we started this conference together in 2019. And the new partners to Cerc, Cardiff University, represented by Professor Omar Rana, the Kuwait Information Technology Society, represented by the President, Mr. Naif Al-Awadi, and also my colleague and friend, Professor Raja Jan of the City University of London, who also acted as co-chair for the conference. Thank you all. Since its establishment, KCST has remained committed to its mission to advance science, scientific education, research, and innovation in Kuwait and in the wider region. Our commitment is not only to academic excellence, but also to preparing generations of thinkers, innovators, problem solvers, and who are ready to shape the digital future in Kuwait. It's not a news anymore that cybersecurity has become one of the most critical domains in our time, touching every sector, every institution, and every individual. So at KCST, we built our strategy for cybersecurity education on 3 pillars. First, to have strong curriculum where we created cybersecurity tracks and specialization under the existing computer science and engineering degrees. Second, we created unique labs and centers to support the theory with practical skills needed for the job market. And finally, we partnered with the International EC Council as the only professional academy in Kuwait that offers cybersecurity professional certifications such as CAH, incident handling, SOC management, and others. These certifications are offered to our students at nominal fees. However, we also recognize that protecting our digital landscape requires more than just technical expertise. It demands critical thinking, ethical awareness, and most importantly, international cooperation. This is why we made our education and research in cybersecurity guided by both local priorities and global partnerships, in particular with our friends and colleagues from the United Kingdom. Over the past 10 years, and I say 10 years because I want to mention an important milestone in the life of KCST. We are 10 years old as an institution. So this year we're celebrating the 10th anniversary. We started in 2016, and here we are, 10 years. So over the last 10 years, we have built strong ties with British institutions that share our vision for advancing education and research in cybersecurity and other areas. And to list some, we already signed agreements and have ongoing projects with quite a list. So City St. George's, the name has changed, I think. City St. George's University of London in cybersecurity and business. And City's Business School will be our partners in creating our digital business school soon. Of course, Cardiff University, London School of Economics, Queen Mary University of London, Nottingham Trent University, Heriot-Watt University, Teesside University, and many others. With all these, we have either ongoing project or signed agreement. These partnerships have played a vital role in bringing this conference to life and in deepening our shared commitment to secure and ethical digital developments. For me personally, I'm proud that Cerc has become more than a conference. It's a community of knowledge and collaboration, with scholars, professionals, students from Kuwait, UK, and across the world come together to exchange ideas, share innovation, and discuss how to protect our digital infrastructure, our businesses and organizations, as well as our lives from the evolving cyber threats. As a co-chair of the conference, I'm also proud that Cerc 2025 continued the tradition of building stronger focus on educational innovation, research collaboration, and policy engagement. Therefore, in addition to distinguished keynote talks from UK and Kuwait, this year edition has evolved to solicit research papers in partnership with the IEEE International Conference on Blockchain Computing and Applications, BCCA, allowing all accepted papers, research papers, to be published in the world-leading digital platform IEEE Explore that is indexed by all international indexing agencies. This is a first step in raising the profile of Cerc to make it a platform for high-quality research and innovation. Allow me to express my deepest appreciation to all members of the scientific and organizing committees who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. A special word of thanks goes to the friends from the British Embassy and the UK Science and Technology Network for their support and sponsorship, and all partner universities for their continued trust and collaboration. Finally, to all participants, researchers, educators, students, and industry, I welcome you warmly to our campus. Please find time to visit our facilities and labs to have an idea about the innovative research that is ongoing on the campus in this university. I hope these days of dialogue and discovery will lead to new partnerships, friendships, new ideas, and new solutions for a safer digital world. Thank you all, and I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you, Professor, for your inspiring words. Next, from the British Embassy, please welcome the Deputy Head of Mission to Kuwait, Mr. Stuart Summers, to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Professor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the British Embassy, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today, and I'm pleased to welcome you to the 7th Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference. Thank you. Thank you to the Kuwait College of Science and Technology for hosting us again, and I should say also happy 10th birthday. I was here last year as well. Actually, it was one of my first engagements, having just arrived, so I have a fond spot for this conference in my heart. So it's a great setting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here today as we mark the 7th edition of this UK-Kuwait Cybersecurity Conference. This collaboration, bringing together the expertise of our universities, governments, and businesses, has grown remarkably over the past 6 iterations. It has not only helped build deeper understanding, stronger capabilities, and vital skills in cybersecurity, but has also strengthened the already excellent and constructive engagement between our two nations in this critical domain. I have every confidence that this year's conference will continue that tradition of excellence, and I look forward to the insights and partnerships that will emerge from these discussions. The theme for this year's Cerc, Intelligent Cyber Defence Convergence for a Safer Digital World, is particularly relevant given the great strides and changes we are seeing globally. The areas of focus are well chosen: AI-driven cybersecurity, next-generation network security, Internet of Things and connected systems security, cryptography and privacy, cybersecurity and critical infrastructure, which is, I think, maybe possibly the most important one. It is especially welcome that representatives from leading UK research institutions and leading Kuwaiti experts from both government and the private sector are taking part in this conference. I'm sure their presentations, both later today and tomorrow, will be extremely illuminating and thought-provoking. Ladies and gentlemen, the partnership between Kuwait and the UK has continued to grow through the strength of cooperation and understanding, and by speaking the same cybersecurity language. The UK is consistently ranked as one of the most capable countries in the world for cybersecurity. Nevertheless, despite this, we are still vulnerable. Over the past 6 months, we have witnessed a surge in cyber incidents that have disrupted businesses, endangered public services, and shaken public confidence in digital safety. For example, in the retail sector, in April, Marks & Spencer, some of you will know that here, was hit by a sophisticated ransomware attack, which crippled online operations for weeks, disrupted supply chains, and cost around £300 million. The Co-op Group suffered a similar fate, which a malicious attack forced to shut down IT systems with an estimated 205 million revenue loss. And also a massive data breach alongside that. Jaguar Land Rover also targeted, which threatened thousands of jobs across the supply chain, which sort of revealed an interesting and troubling pattern that attackers are exploiting third-party vulnerabilities and supply chain dependencies to inflict maximum disruption. The aviation sector was not spared. A cyber-related disruption affected Collins Aerospace's check-in systems at Heathrow Airport, which caused widespread delays and cancellations. And in a particularly disturbing breach, hackers also targeted a nursery chain and leaked sensitive data of over 8,000 children. So this is not just a technical issue, it's a national security imperative. We must invest in resilience and educate our citizens. Cybersecurity is no longer optional, it is the foundation of our digital future. I'm therefore delighted that Kuwait and the UK is continuing to build on this already strong partnership, developing new areas of collaboration and working together to train our talented people to be the best in the world at combating the cyber threats of the future. The next 2 days will, I am sure, cement the continuing basis of our cooperation in the field of cybersecurity, education and research. I'd like to end by expressing some thanks. First of all, again, Professor, President of the KCST, for hosting this event, and for his support and for the use of this wonderful facility. A big thank you to the National Cyber Security Centre. It's a shame that the chair wasn't able to come today, but we continue to really be grateful for the collaboration that we have with them. I'd also like to thank William Thayer, Head of Cyber for the Gulf region in the FCDO, a colleague of mine, who I think will be speaking later. And I'd like to thank our other keynote speaker, Professor Umar Rana from Cardiff University, a great academic institution in the UK, and to all our presenters, the staff at Kuwait College of Science and Technology, and members of the organising committee. And as others have said, this conference is co-located in the 7th International Conference on Blockchain, Computing and Applications. And I'd like to make a special thanks again to Markeza from KCST for all her hard work in putting together this year's programme. Finally, last but not least, I'd like to say thank you to you, the participants, both those here in person and those joining us virtually to participate in this cybersecurity conference, as without your enthusiasm and involvement, we would not succeed in achieving our shared goal of increasing cybersecurity awareness and capacity building. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you, Mr. Stuart Summers, for those remarks, and for raising these concerns about cybersecurity awareness, and for your continuous commitment to this conference. And now, I would like to welcome an invaluable member to this conference family since its inception in 2019. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Professor Umar Rana, Cardiff University representative and conference co-chair.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for the introduction to the conference. So it's been wonderful to be part of this event. We have a number of speakers here from the UK representing some of the major centers in the UK, the cybersecurity centers. So please have a chance to talk to them, find out what we're doing in the UK in terms of leading areas. So there's a saying that, always goes something like, if you haven't been attacked yet, you will. Because you have to constantly keep your systems up to date. I think the thing that now stands is, if you think you haven't been attacked yet, you probably just don't know it yet, right? So I think that we constantly have to keep our cyber systems, our cyber defenses, constantly moving. So in terms of this particular conference, I just wanted to start with a history. So this conference started a long time ago. This is from Cerc 2021. I think one of the really interesting part of this event is that this was, Professor Khalid Al-Begain was able to sustain it even during the COVID period. So we were actually having interaction when everything stopped, right? And universities were not sure what's going on. Professor Khalid was saying, we must hold it, we cannot stop doing this. So this is from 2021 where people were connecting online. We had some really very innovative speakers over the years coming from Kuwait and the UK. Also representing not just the UK partnerships from the UK itself, but also from within Kuwait. We had, again, a number of people connecting to this event, both students from KCST, students across Kuwait, and also various delegates from various companies working in Kuwait in terms of cybersecurity. This is, again, from about 2 years ago when we had one of the UK's major representative, I'll show you her slide in a minute, when she gave a very interesting talk when the conference was jointly organized with Kuwait University on the Kuwait University campus. And it's been wonderful to see that all other universities like Abdullah Salem, Kuwait University, and KCST have been working together in terms of addressing this challenge. So it's great to see that Kuwait partnership also come in through this conference. So this was the presentation from Juliet Wilcox, who was the cybersecurity ambassador for the UK. And again, we had a very interesting discussion with colleagues at the end of this conference. So again, with the online presence also available. Some colleagues who were coming in from previous UK sites, so these are different UK representatives who came to this conference from previous years. Again, Dr. Professor Khalid Al-Begain, being a very good host, always was hosting us and telling us about all the great work that is happening in Kuwait in cybersecurity. And of course, a lab that has been set up here. And if you have a chance, I particularly tell my colleagues from the UK, please have a look at the facilities that have been set up here in KCST in particular to train the next generation of cybersecurity scientists and engineers. This is one of the labs from the data being collected from networks in this university. Again, another picture from 2024, a recent event. Again, and another colleague, Nick Bauscher, has been a constant theme alongside Professor Khalid Al-Begain in this, and also guided us over many years on what's a good. So the interesting part that Nick brings into this is it's not just about Kuwait, but also the wider Gulf region, and understanding the priorities of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and other GCC countries, and how they could feed into the focus of Cerc. And I think that's been invaluable for us as people coming from the UK to see what else is going on in the region and the amount of investment that has been taking place, especially in cyber and AI and quantum in the future in this region. So thank you, Nick, for always being supportive of this event. Again, from last year, some pictures from last year. I thought I'd show you lots of pictures of the history of this event and all the people who've come in and stood on the stage and given their talks over the years. And Professor Khalid has always been, again, a very good supporter of all of us. These are panelists from last year, positive and negative roles of AI in cybersecurity, which is, again, becoming a more and more important area over time. And we'll hear more about this in the program this year. I just wanted to end on one particular aspect that since I started working in Cerc, the numbers of students coming to Cardiff from Kuwait have increased. We actually have 200 students now studying in Cardiff across our undergraduate and postgraduate programs. And one thing that happened this year is, as part of the UK Kuwait 125-year celebration, we have a new mural on our campus celebrating the partnership between UK and Kuwait on the Cardiff University campus. So we have the dragon, the Welsh dragon, which you can see on one side, and the Kuwaiti falcon, which is a symbol of the culture in Kuwait, conversing with each other. So if all the students who come to our campus now, we show them this, to show them the partnership that has happened between the UK and Wales. So here you see our, in the picture, you see our Pro-Vice Chancellor International, that's Rudy Allman, and right next to him is Her Excellency Belinda Lewis, who was the previous ambassador of the UK to Kuwait. So we've had a lot of support as part of Cerc in reaching out into other communities and not just Cerc. And this is a couple of other pictures. That's the artist that we commissioned. So you see the Kuwaiti flag on our campus now, right next to the Welsh flag. If you please visit our campus next time. Right, so we take our students and show them this partnership that has developed over many years. And I'm really grateful to Professor Khalid Al-Bagain for helping us establish this partnership with the British Embassy in Kuwait and became all as part of this Cerc conference. So I'm really, really grateful to Professor Khalid Al-Bagain. And I just wanted to invite one other colleague, Sonar Al-Hajj, if she's around. Sonar, can you please come up? And we would like to offer, Professor Khalid, if you could come on stage. So we would like to celebrate the 10 years that Professor Khalid has been here also, but I've known him for much longer when he was in the UK and doing data networks. So, on behalf of all the staff from KCST and all of us at Cerc, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I just wanted to end on some of the numbers you can see of what all the achievements that KCST has done under the leadership of Professor Khalid Al-Bagain. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rana, for sharing that wonderful journey with us. I would now like to invite the President of Kuwait College of Science and Technology, Professor Khalid Al-Bagain, back to the stage to present awards to our distinguished stakeholders. Please join me in extending our heartfelt gratitude to the representatives of the following stakeholders. Mr. Stuart Summers, Head of Mission to Kuwait from the British Embassy. Dr. Nicholas Bosher, Head of UK Science and Technology Network for the Gulf region. Professor Omar Rana, Cardiff University representative and conference co-chair. Professor Raja Rajan, the Cerc Conference Co-Chair from the City St. George's University of London. And now, our esteemed stakeholders would like to reciprocate by presenting an award to Professor Khalid Al-Bagain, President of KCST. Thank you. Now let us begin this remarkable journey together. Welcome to Cerc 2025. Over the next 2 days, you will engage with cutting-edge research, participate in thought-provoking discussions, and forge connections that transcend borders. This is more than just a conference. It is a community, united by a shared mission to build a safer digital world. And now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, who will be joining us online today, Mr. William Thayer, Head of Cyber for the Gulf Region, UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of His Majesty's Government. Mr. Thayer, good morning.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William Thayer and I'm the UK Government's Head of Cyber for the Gulf region. It is a privilege to address you today at this important gathering, the 7th Kuwait Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference. While I regret not being with you in person, I'm honoured to represent the United Kingdom's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and share our vision for a secure, resilient and prosperous digital future. I start by asking, is cybersecurity a strategic imperative? As Minister Stephen Doughty recently stated at the RUSI Securing Cyberspace Conference, cybersecurity is not just a technical issue, it is a matter of national security, economic resilience and international stability. I echo that sentiment wholeheartedly, and in today's interconnected world, cybersecurity underpins the trust that we place in our digital systems, our economies, and our democratic institutions. The United Kingdom has long recognised this, positioning itself as a global leader in cyber policy, resilience, and innovation. From the UK National Cybersecurity Centre's pioneering work to the UK's active role in shaping international norms for responsible cyber state behaviour in cyberspace, our commitment is clear. Cybersecurity is a strategic priority. Briefly touching on the ever-growing threat landscape, malicious actors from both state and non-state are active in cyberspace and able to execute successful operations against our country. They're attacking critical national infrastructure, democratic institutions, businesses, and more. Cyber attacks have grown in intensity, complexity, and severity in recent years as these actors are becoming bolder and take more risks for the economic, the strategic, the regional, or financial gains of their attacks. Over the last few years, there has been a rise in the scale and impact of operations, with coordinated campaigns as opposed to single incidents. These new attacks have given groups wide-ranging access to thousands of victims' information across several countries globally and have caused significant financial and material damage. Now, as we look into the future, or look ahead to the future, collaboration between governments, industry and academia across borders and sectors will be absolutely essential. The UK is proud to stand alongside its partners in the Gulf and beyond, working together to build a secure, resilient and inclusive digital ecosystem. Now, what is the UK's role on the global stage? And what is our national cyber strategy? So, the UK's national cyber strategy, which was revised in 2022, sets out our ambition to be a responsible and resilient cyber power. We've invested nearly £2 billion in strengthening our cyber defences, modernising legacy systems, and establishing the Government Cyber Coordination Centre, or GC3. More broadly, the UK government aims to promote and protect the long-term future of a free, an open, a peaceful and a secure cyberspace. We want this to be managed by multiple stakeholders, we want it to drive economic growth, and we want it to underpin the UK's national security. Let me explain. When I say free, what I mean is free is to be trusted by individuals who are able to act and enjoy their rights online as they do offline, fostering economic and political stability. Human rights applies online as much as it does offline. Governments and corporations should adopt transparent, human rights compliant frameworks that give users freedom of expression whilst protecting them from abuses. Open. Open means interoperable across borders and accessible or accessibility to all. Openness is central to the flows of goods, services, capital, data, and the skills that underpin our economy. Standards agreed at internet organisations should preserve interoperability, and data localisation trends should be resisted. Next is peaceful. Peaceful means a clear understanding of acceptable state behaviour and the applicability of international law in cyberspace. Fostering strategic stability and reducing cyber attacks. What we call the norms of state behaviour in cyberspace should be widely agreed and promoted, and there should be a high cost associated to malicious state activity in cyberspace. And finally, secure. Secure means software, hardware, and systems, including our critical national infrastructure, which have been designed from the ground up to be secure. Established global cybersecurity baselines, cooperation on incident management, threat sharing, and upstream interventions via capacity building all contribute to the reduction of incidents and provide impact to the UK and to our global partners. The UK's ability to deliver a free, open, peaceful, and secure cyberspace is heavily impacted by malicious cyber activity, which is growing in intensity, complexity, and severity, and will continue to do so over the coming years. While hostile states targeting or like to target our critical national infrastructure, democratic institutions, businesses, and media, the same hostile states are extending government control over cyberspace, which includes internet access and content management, whilst pushing for new treaties they may not adhere to themselves, but those of which would bind the UK and our international partners. We're also shaping the global conversation on emerging technologies. The UK hosted the world's first AI Safety Summit, of which we're very proud of, and we are investing heavily in quantum safe encryption. I've touched briefly on responsible cyber behaviour, and I'll take just a moment to talk about that in a bit more detail. In all of our collaborations around the world, the UK remains committed to the United Nations framework for responsible state behaviour in the use of information communication technologies. And we continue to be guided by our principles when it comes to ensuring safe and responsible use of cyber capabilities. As this conference so clearly demonstrates, we need to take every opportunity to bring a wide range of expert stakeholders together, because cyber is not, of course, as you all know, just about the technology. It's about the people who interact with it and the people who come from all parts of society and of the globe. That includes those outside of the realm of government who have huge pools of talent, expertise, innovation, and enthusiasm to bring to the table. And these people are our strength. We have to make that advantage count through a whole of society approach to cybersecurity. That's why we're committed to work hand in glove with our partners in industry, in the development sector, in academia, in the not-for-profit sector, and beyond. Next, I'll talk about the economic impact of cybersecurity. I've talked about cyber threats and them growing in scale and sophistication, and I'd like to talk about the World Economic Forum and their estimation that cybercrime cost the global economy around $9.2 trillion in 2024 alone, making it the third largest economy in the world. In the UK alone, cybercrime cost the economy around 27 to 30 billion pounds every year. These numbers are big and they are scary, but with challenge comes opportunity. The global cybersecurity sector is projected to be worth $500 billion by 2030, and the UK is determined to be at the forefront of this growth, and we want to grow with international partners such as Kuwait. At the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, one of our missions is to drive economic growth, and we see cybersecurity as not just a defensive necessity, but as an enabler of growth. It protects intellectual property, it builds confidence in investors, and it underpins much of our digital trade. The UK is home to over 2,000 cyber companies, employing more than 60,000 people. We are the third largest exporter of cybersecurity services globally, and over 230 UK cyber companies have a physical presence in international markets. I'd also like to highlight, and more importantly celebrate, that last year marked the 125th anniversary of the UK-Kuwait diplomatic relationship. Our partnership is historic, but it's also forward-looking, and cybersecurity is a natural and neutral area for deeper cooperation. The British Embassy in Kuwait hosts an event called the Turing Club. It's a unique platform for British and Kuwaiti cyber professionals to exchange ideas and build trust. I encourage you all to engage with this vibrant community, and I would be delighted to share further details with you all. A couple of closing thoughts from me. I've talked about promoting a free and open, peaceful and a secure cyberspace. The UK will continue to work with other governments and in partnership with industry to ensure that cyberspace is governed by rules and norms that enhance collective security, promote democratic values, and support global economic growth. The UK will continue to influence and lead in cyberspace, embodying responsible state behaviour and shaping international best practice, incentivising compliance, deterring attacks, and holding others to account for their irresponsible state behaviour. Cybersecurity is a shared challenge, as much as it is a shared opportunity. The UK brings world-class innovation, a dynamic SME ecosystem, and a commitment to responsible tech development. Kuwait brings ambition, investment, and a strategic vision for digital transformation. Let us spend these coming days and coming years to build a cyber future that is resilient, inclusive, and future-proof. Thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful time at this conference.
Thank you, Mr. Thayer, for your invaluable insights. And now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker for Cerc 2025. We are honored to welcome Engineer Mohammed Abdelaziz Bouriki, Major General and Engineering Expert. His distinguished career, visionary insights into cybersecurity and national infrastructure make him the perfect voice to address our conference today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Engineer Mohammed Abdelaziz Bouriki.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Mohammed Bouriki. I'm the former chief of the National Cybersecurity Center. It is a privilege to join the 7th Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference, Cerc 2025, hosted here at the Kuwait College of Science and Technology. Cerc represents more than an annual gathering. It is a continuing partnership between the State of Kuwait and the United Kingdom, dedicated to advancing cybersecurity education, research, and innovation. Together, these efforts reinforce the enduring principles that cybersecurity is not only a matter of technology, but of education, cooperation, and trust among nations. And it is precisely this connection between technology, education, and strategy that I would like to reflect on today. Technology evolves faster than policy, training, and awareness can keep up. Our system can be modern, yet our people can be unprepared. What defines a nation through cyber power is not technology stack, but the quality of its education, discipline, and adaptability. AI automation set the pace of change, but education determines our direction. This is where strategy meets a human capital, where the leadership is measured by tools and by insights. And as technology reshapes every sector, it is equally transforming the environment in which cybersecurity must operate. The education as a strategic readiness, the evolving cyber domain. Today, the boundaries between civilian and defense network are gone. Every institution, academic, industrial, and governmental, is part of the same digital ecosystem. Cybersecurity is now a strategic domain, not just a technical function. The cyber domain is no longer limited to networks and data centers. It is the fabric in our modern society. From critical infrastructure to classrooms, every system now depends on secure connectivity. The same technology that drive innovation, AI, 5G, IoT, quantum computing also expand in our attack surface. Also, we have entered an era where cybersecurity is a national resilience, and it affects defense, economy, and public trust simultaneously. This is why education must evolve from ethical training to strategic thinking. And in this new environment, our truth remains constant. Technology alone cannot defend us. People can. Firewalls and encryption defends nations. Firewalls and encryption don't defend nations. People do. Our greatest vulnerabilities are not in hardware, but in habits. Education is now we build that a human firewall, a cyber-educated society, becomes a resilient one. Every cyber system, no matter how advanced, begins with a human action and often fails because of one. Education gives awareness, disciplines gives us a consistency, and together they form what I call a human firewall. A truly secure nation is one where cybersecurity becomes shared mindset, not just a specialized job. Artificial intelligence is now embedded in every layer of cyberspace. AI has become a powerful ally in cybersecurity, analyzing logs, identifying anomalies, automating responses, but is also an incredible adversary. Attackers now use AI to generate polymetric malware, fake identities, and deepfakes that erode trust. The same technology that help us detect threat can also help others hide them. This duality forces us to prepare cyber professionals who understand both sides, who can use AI for defense but also anticipate how it might be exploited. Our challenge is not to fear AI, but to lead it responsibly. So we talk about responsible AI and ethical AI. Trust is our most critical currency in this digital age, and ethics in AI isn't soft subject, it is security requirement. Without transparency and accountability, AI systems become black boxes, and black boxes cannot be trusted in national defense or critical infrastructure. And as AI become more integrated into command, control, and even decision-making, human oversight must never be optional. AI must serve human judgment and never replace it. Nations that integrate ethics into their digital transformation will sustain long-term sustainability. In Kuwait and across our region, embedding ethical governance into AI system will be the difference between control and dependency. The 3 pillars of cybersecurity education. Cybersecurity education must go beyond teaching tools. It must build thinking defenders and strategic innovators. Over the years, I've come to believe that all successful national cyber program rest on 3 essential pillars. Anticipation, which is the ability to foresee and prevent threats. Applications, turning research and learning into practical capability. Collaboration, ensuring all sector work as one ecosystem. These 3 pillars together form the architecture of sustainable national readiness. Let us look briefly at each one. Anticipate, threat, don't react. Most institutions still train for reaction, how to respond for incident after they occur. But true cybersecurity education must create proactive defenders. Anticipation is about pattern recognition and strategic imagination. Teaching students to think several steps ahead, much like in military operation or intelligence work as early warning systems. When analysts learn to think like adversaries, to understand motivation and opportunity, they become predictive, not reactive. This mindset, foresight over firefighting, is the difference between defense and deterrence. Pillar 2 is the bridge academia and practice. The second pillar is about application. Knowledge that stays in the classroom is wasted potential. We must build bridges between universities, government agencies, and the private sector so that research doesn't remain theory but evolves into operational tools and policies. Real learning happens when students experience simulations, incidents, and policy challenges. This is what Cerc represents. a bridge between knowledge and capability, where collaboration produces readiness. Build a sustainable ecosystem. The third pillar is collaboration, and it is the key to longevity. Cyber defense cannot depend on a single agency or project. It must live within the national ecosystem. Government provides strategy and coordination. Academia provides research and talent. And the private sector brings innovation and agility. Together, these three forces sustain progress and memory, ensuring that as technology evolves, the people rotate, the system itself continues to grow stronger. Transition. When you look across these three pillars, anticipation, application, and collaboration, one element connects them all is people. The human element remains our decisive advantage, the one resource that technology can never replicate. The human factor. Every advanced defense system still depends on human decision making. In many years leading national cyber operation, I learned that the difference between containment and crisis often comes down to the decision making and analysis training. One engineer discipline. Our investment in technology must be matched by investment in judgment. The collaboration and Cerc role, from knowledge to capability. Cerc is living demonstration of what collaboration can achieve. The partnership between Kuwait and the United Kingdom, between KCT and Cardiff University, proves that academic cooperation can be a strategic tool of resilience and diplomacy. It brings together not just institutions, but cultures of knowledge, and a bridge between local capacity and global expertise. The path forward from awareness to action. The path forward to Kuwait and our partner is clear. We must continue developing our local expertise while embracing international cooperation. We must integrate AI into every educational layer, from technical courses to leadership programs, responsibility and transparently, and we must ensure that resilience and ethics remain inseparable for innovations. So as we move deeper into an era of artificial intelligence, let us remember that our legacy will not be the systems we built, but the mindset we prepared. Education is our lasting defense. Collaboration is our lasting strength. And thank you for listening, and thank you for having me for next time for this great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Baruki. Please remain with us as we take a few questions from the audience.
Questions?
Sorry if anyone have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Actually, please remain again on stage. We will present you with an award for your valuable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break. Please note that there will be a change of venue. The coffee break will be held in the Lecture Hall C Lounge. Our wonderful organizing team will be happy to escort you there. The conference will resume at 11 a.m. in Lecture Hall C. Please enjoy your refreshments, and we look forward to seeing you back shortly.
Today I'll be your MC for the session. It was really good to see the opening ceremony. It gives really a big insight of the importance of cybersecurity. Now, Cerc, the good thing about Cerc, it's not only focusing on the latest technology. What makes Cerc unique is the aspect of research and education. And as we will see with the program today, so I encourage everyone to stay until 3:30. We have two main talks now, followed by a very important panel discussion. We'll have the lunch break, and then we have another two main talks, so please stay around. I'll start with our first bit of housekeeping notes. So every talk will be 30 minutes for our main talks. I'll be the one who gives you the sign for 5 minutes remaining, and we'll give enough time, 5 minutes for questions, Q&A, and we'll go with our first main talk. So our first speaker, she's from Abertay University. I was curious to read more about Abertay University. I didn't know it before, but you'll be surprised to know that it's the first university who started a degree in video gaming. And they started the degree also in ethical hacking back in 2006, so almost 20 years ago. Our speaker, she's known for her interdisciplinary approach to cybersecurity, covering aspects of psychology, computing, and design to address global cybersecurity challenges. She's currently serving as the director of Abertay University Cyber Quarter. It's an 18 million pound cybersecurity center that is designed to foster collaboration between organizations. Prior to that, she was the director. Actually, we are lucky today to have our main speakers are all directors of National Cybersecurity Center. Before that, she was the NCSC Accredited Academic Center for Excellence in let me find this name, Northumbrian. So I will have issue pronouncing that, but Northumbrian, yeah. So without further ado, let me invite our speaker, Professor Lean Coventry, to the stage. Please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you. Apologies, lots of slides. I'm Scottish. I can talk very quickly, but I'll try and talk slower for this. So just very quickly about the Cyber Quarter, we heard earlier about bringing academia, industry and government together, and that's what the Cyber Quarter does in Scotland. I actually host the Scottish NHS National Health Service Secure Operations Centre within my building, and I we are in the process of virtualizing a hospital and all the medical IoT into a secure environment where the students can get access to that and look to see if they can get into it and send the lessons learned back to the hospital. So let's start. About 5 years ago, I started working with a large European hospital which has about 5,000 staff. It has a particular need for privacy and security because it's actually the hospital that the Pope attends. About 5 years ago, this hospital suffered a ransomware attack and were thrown back to using paper files and handwriting prescriptions. Unfortunately, the majority of the young medics couldn't write prescriptions because they had been using an online menu system, pull-down menus. They were never writing out the name in full, and we actually had to bring back retired doctors to help in the weeks following this attack. During this time, they realized that human behavior or lack of secure behavior had been behind the attack, but more than that, they realized that medical staff really didn't think about cybersecurity or the consequences of their behavior. Let's quickly cover a bit about the healthcare context. This is a rapidly evolving environment. You know, lots of new technology getting brought in. We're seeing AI coming in, but we're also seeing integration with consumer tech, with people bringing in their Fitbits and collecting medical data for that. But we're also seeing that sitting beside old tech. In one case, I even found there was still a fax system sitting there, and some of the large scanners cost millions, still sitting on Windows XP, but too expensive to replace. We have significant cyber risk being introduced into these healthcare environments. We have privacy of the medical records. We have individual safety issues. You can imagine the consequences if somebody interfered with the rate at which you were receiving insulin via an insulin pump. But we're also seeing, you know, healthcare is a national infrastructure, and we're seeing it being brought to its knees with entire countries' health infrastructure being knocked out in one go. And on top of that, we have a fatigued and stretched workforce. So we're seeing a lot of attacks on the healthcare sector. Probably the most famous was WannaCry in 2017, but this is continuing. And last year, I know that the Kuwait Health Ministry was attacked, and several hospitals were affected, as was the administrative act behind that. And it's not just that the hospitals lose money, but we lose trust in the system. We lose trust because the system is down. It can take a long time to bring these systems back up. But we're seeing hidden attacks as well. We're seeing viruses which can insert tumors into MRI and CT scans, making somebody receive chemotherapy who doesn't actually need it. We see fears that medication may be interfered with, or that health records are stolen or even altered. But we're also seeing professionals leaving the profession in smaller organizations because they don't see any way of moving forward from this. So why is the healthcare so attractive? Well, it's a combination of hosting valuable data, being able to bring a country to its knees. It's more valuable than bank records now. Let's go into a bit more detail about the different weaknesses. If you imagine a large hospital There are thousands of users and thousands of different devices. We're dealing with staff, patients, visitors, and we're dealing with suppliers. There's a large network of these devices, so many are now joined together. We have the medical IoT coming in. Some hospitals don't even know what devices are in their hospital or the vulnerabilities that those devices may have. In one hospital that we looked at, we found that they had a TV in the reception connecting out to a port in Russia, which they had no idea how it got there or why it was there, but it could send data to Russia. We're seeing legacy systems that are too expensive to replace. We're seeing backdoors in systems for suppliers, either to update the system or to collect data to improve the system. And as I said before, we're seeing new technology arriving at speed. We're seeing medical IoT being combined with consumer IoT, neither of which are necessarily secure by design, and we don't know all the risks associated with these. If we look at policies, we can see there's too many behaviours expected from staff. We're seeing requirements constantly changing, but we're not necessarily seeing policies being kept up to date with the latest security thinking. We're seeing policies which aren't enforced. They vary between organisations, so people bring their learning from one organisation into another, which may not be appropriate. And we're also seeing within the healthcare environment that the clinical workflow has not been taken into account when the technology is designed or when they try to fit the technology into the system. And we see lots of people weaknesses. I know we're not supposed to say that people are the weakest link, but sometimes they are. And it's not what we're blaming. It's not that we're blaming them. We're trying to understand how to design the system better so that they become the strongest link. Now here, I've drawn this upside down pyramid because it shows us these poor security staff at the bottom, which there may be, in the hospital of 5,000 staff, they had 3 cybersecurity staff dealing with all the issues. They don't necessarily think they do, but they don't necessarily talk to the IT staff, so there's a bit more IT staff. Then you have suppliers. You have biomedical engineers who are in charge of the robotics, in charge of the scanners. They don't necessarily talk to IT, and definitely don't talk to cybersecurity. Then you have the medical staff, then the non-medical staff, then the patients and the visitors. We have burnout and stress, we have disjointed responsibilities, and we have poor cybersecurity behaviours throughout. So lots of weaknesses to build on. So we need a more holistic approach. This isn't about just trying to fit technology in. We need to understand what employees are actually doing that are actually rendering the technical defences useless. What staff do is they bring in a workaround, and I'll talk a bit more about these, that just bypass all the security measures that are put in place. And people are very good at finding workarounds if they don't believe in what you're asking them to do. They'll always find a way. And you might say, well, doesn't the security policy tell people how to behave? Why don't they just do it? Well, there's lots of barriers when you actually start investigating that stop people actually being able to do what they're being asked to do. And to top it all, the genetic awareness and phishing training is just not sufficient. Despite the number of companies that will offer it, it just won't make the difference that the hospitals require. So I want to talk a bit about an approach that I've developed, which is a set of tools that work into phases to explore behaviours. In this case, within a healthcare organisation, but it doesn't have to be. It can be any organisation. And behind it is about identifying the risks, the factors driving those risks, and understanding what interventions we can design and implement that are appropriate. And the need to build this within a continuous cycle of evaluation and redesign. It's not a one-stop shop. There's not a simple solution, do it and everything will be fixed. We're human. If you fix one thing about us, we'll go and cause another problem. So it's really about understanding that. And one of my pet peeves is when people talk about policy compliance as if it's a single behavior. Just comply with the policy. But there may be hundreds of different behaviors within that policy that a member of staff has to be aware of and has to be able to implement. So just a little bit more detail about this. So the first step is about really understanding the people and the behaviors that they're actually carrying out. So first of all, understanding the team and their underlying attitudes. And we do this via an annual questionnaire, and I'll go a bit more into detail. Then we have to look at the behaviors. And the way I ask it is for each of the behaviors that IT have or cybersecurity have prioritized, I ask people to rate the difficulty of implementing that behavior and how important they believe that behavior is. Because if staff don't believe it's worthwhile, they'll try to bypass it. And then working with the teams to understand the real behaviors that are going on and the workarounds that people might not be aware of and the barriers to change. So once that's done, there's a phase of trying to design potential interventions, but also working through what could be unintended consequences of change, developing and evaluating those prototypes, not just going straight to rollout in case there are unintended consequences, and lastly, ensuring this is in this continuous process of evaluation and reassessment. So first of all, in terms of understanding the team or the minds of your staff, I should say I come from a psychology background, well, joint with computing, but psychology, and there's a number of models and theories that I use and I've combined into this. So really, it's about understanding whether or not people, the staff, whichever staff they are, if they feel that they are personally responsible for cybersecurity. Do they have a positive security attitude? Do they believe that their colleagues round about them expect good cybersecurity behavior? And do they believe that others round about them behave securely? Are there any rewards in place, or are there any sanctions that could happen? In the UK, we saw some companies trying to fire people if they fell for a phishing email more than 3 times. Well, I've already done that this year with the attacks, the simulation attacks that the university do on us, so I'd be fired. But I keep telling them when they show me the training that will stop me falling for a phishing attack, which has been personalized towards me, then I'll do the training. So you have to deal with people like me within your organizations, which is the difficulty. We ask people if they believe that their behavior makes a difference to security and whether or not they believe they have the skills and ability to act securely. So this just gives us a sense of the team and their attitude towards cybersecurity in general. Because if they have a negative attitude, they'll be less likely to implement the behaviors that you're asking of them. We then, as I said before, we ask them about the difficulty and importance of each of the behaviors, but then we move on to doing some workshops, which requires building trust with the employees to understand what workarounds are going on. Workarounds really empower users to fit technology into how they work, rather than them being asked to change how they work to fit the technology. The key ones that I found within the hospital I was working with was password workarounds. It was endemic. Sharing or one single password was just endemic within the organization. The workstations were left open. The first person who got there in the morning would sign in, and that was it. And this was because they were frightened of the time it would take to log in and if it didn't work. So they always had reasons that were to do with patient care and their desire to care for their patient. They would use WhatsApp communications within the team. So even from within surgeries, they would send WhatsApp messages to other surgeons to check they were doing the right thing, and then the notes would end up on the WhatsApp conversation rather than in the official notes. They would use their own personal email to bypass the official systems, because the official system wouldn't let them do things twice. So if a patient had asked for a copy of their record or an x-ray, it could be sent once on the official system, but if they said it, and it was encrypted, so if the patient then said, I didn't receive that or I couldn't unencrypt it, they would then send it via personal email to them. They would take unofficial copies of data home to work on. So for instance, the head of transplant coordination would take home all the transplant information so that they could work from home when they heard about an organ being available. So in the time it would take them to find a patient who was compatible and for them to get into the hospital, it meant they didn't have to go to the hospital till everybody was in place. So they would take the data home so they could do that. And there was weak physical security. If you looked like a doctor, if you had a white coat on, you could go anywhere into any of the labs and interfere with any of the equipment. And what's driving these behaviors? Really, when you try to get under it, it's not because people are trying to be bad. They can justify what they're doing. So within healthcare organization, particularly post-COVID, we have fatigue, overworked staff, we have burnout. And we're not just seeing that in the medical profession, we're seeing that in the cybersecurity people who are managing the SOCs as well. They're having to fend off thousands of attacks, and that is creating burnout for them. They prioritize duty of care over everything else, and they lack the belief that their behavior makes any difference. I had one administrator saying, well, how can what I do in my email on my personal device impact a scanner in another department? They don't understand how interconnected everything is. Workarounds are expected, and there's a professional hierarchy that can be followed. So if your boss tells you that's what you're going to do, then that's what you're going to do. So in this country, junior doctors have no authority to act by themselves. So they didn't have their own access to the system. So they would always use the senior staff's ID. So that senior staff could be logged into the hospital from 5 different locations. So it wasn't that it wasn't known that this was happening, it was just they didn't want to be seen to know that it was going on. And predominantly, it interrupts the clinical workflow, which creates tensions with the staff. So there's lots of details here, and I have been told that you'll be given the slides later. So I'm not expecting you to, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but there are ways of asking questions so that you can get at the underlying reasons why things are happening. So for instance, they may not believe they have the authority to change things. You know, we'd often get, I'm focusing on saving patients' lives. This doesn't help me attend to patients quickly. We've always done it. It's just a habit. We share passwords, for instance. And this isn't just passwords. You can repeat this with any of the behaviors. So in this case, we were looking at why people left the workstations unlocked. And again, there's different factors, different ways that people's behaviors can be influenced, and we work through each of those to just get people chatting until they feel comfortable enough to start to reveal what's really going on. So then we have to prioritize behaviors. We can't, so another of my pet hates is the annual cybersecurity training where you're told everything that you must do every year. You pass the test and then you forget all about it. So what we were doing was working with IT and cybersecurity to determine which behaviors needed to be changed, which were most risky for them. So In some cases, the behaviour or the workaround that staff had introduced, IT then decided that was okay. It wasn't actually a security risk, so it could be left and the policy could be changed. Sometimes we might want to nudge that behaviour and try to change it. Other times we might find that there wasn't the right knowledge. Other times we might think there's a technology solution. So what I'm always trying to do is relieve the burden from the human. So anytime the technology can take the pain, that's fine with me. And then we look at the risk, severity, and the frequency of that behaviour. So this is all part of a sort of risk management strategy. So each year, this hospital focuses on a few behaviours that they want to change. So what we often see when we hear a lot about nudging, and it's got some bad press. And we're all nudged all the time. Marketing is particularly good at it. But what we see in cybersecurity is always just create a new poster and try and change behavior by making them aware of it in the environment. So we'll see things like, you'll see things like protecting your patients includes never sharing your passwords. So that might be posted up in the hospital. Now this does two things. This isn't the generic training that goes out which just says don't share passwords, password sharing's bad. It tries to link it with what their beliefs are, what they want to do most strongly, which is to protect their patients. So it's a step forward because it has that link, but it's still just a signal, just telling them not to do something. It doesn't help them not to do it. So there is a behavior model that's created by BJ Fogg, his name is, and this gives some idea where prompts work and don't work from a human behavior perspective. So if somebody has high motivation, so they really want to behave securely, and high ability, so by ability I mean that whichever behavior you're looking at is easy to do, then a prompt saying don't share your passwords is effective. But if motivation is low or ability is low, then we need some sort of different intervention. So by motivation, we're motivated by pleasure, we're demotivated by pain. So if it's harder to do, then we'll be more demotivated. We're motivated by anticipation, if we're thinking and hoping that something's the case, rather than fearing it. And we're motivated by social belonging, so what other people expect and are doing in our environment. And in terms of ability, it's not that people can't do these things. It's not that they can't enter their password, but it's about the amount of effort. It's about what it costs. So does it cost too much time? Is it too expensive to implement? Does it take too much physical or mental effort? Does it break my routine? So, have I got, there it is. So, when we're trying to design appropriate interventions, it is really important to understand if somebody is motivated and has ability, or if they don't. So, with my example of not sharing passwords, if somebody has high motivation but low ability, we need a facilitator. We need to do something quite radical to change that behavior. Now, in the hospital, I was looking at new staff didn't get their credentials for 14 days after joining the hospital. So for 14 days, you were building bad habits. They were using other people's credentials to work. So that needed to change. That wasn't changing behavior, that was changing the whole process. If all staff were going to have their own credentials and going to be able to use them in this country, that would have required a law change to enable junior doctors to take on more responsibilities for themselves. So that was harder to change. If somebody has high ability, so they're perfectly capable of doing this, but they're just not motivated to, they just don't want to, then you need a spark. Now, that can be a spark that actually punishes them. So a typical spark for password sharing could be to block multiple logins, so you just stop people doing these things. A signal, as we've talked about before, is when somebody has the ability and they're motivated, they just sometimes need a reminder. And that's where the awareness and posters work. And this is just a different example. This one is around us working to ensure that they had stronger passwords, and again, you should have those slides. In terms of prioritizing the interventions, which ones are we going to select? Lots of decisions to cut, lots of dimensions that we can look at. And this takes time, and I think this is what I'm trying to emphasize more. This is not something that's easy to do. This is something that's timely. You know, this needs somebody within the cybersecurity team, or sometimes I even say this is an HR issue. This has to be looked at continuously, and decisions always have to be made in this area. But one of the things I'm particularly try to do is involve staff at all stages in discussing the issues, in designing the possible interventions, and in deciding which ones to implement. We need to move from the staff feeling, do we really have to do this, to we want to do this. We designed this. This is what we want to do. So engage both the hearts and the minds to understand and remove the barriers and to build motivation. So in summary, healthcare organizations are increasingly being targeted. There is more risk there, and staff behavior is still problematic. To build a good cybersecurity culture, we need more than just awareness training. We need constant behavior change approach. This needs to be holistic, understanding whether it's the technology, the policies, or the people who need to change. And in taking on that co-creation approach, then we can take the staff along with us on the journey. And sometimes just the fact that they're taking part in that journey can change the behavior. So that is me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Coventry, for the multidisciplinary way of looking at cybersecurity for healthcare. So we'll open the floor for questions. Professor Khalid, one question. Any other questions?
Thank you very much. It's very interesting, informative, and I have two comments. One, confirmation of what you said. I was telling Omar, my son is a senior cybersecurity officer at NHS Wales. So
I feel for him.
yes, I saw him at the bottom of the pyramid here, and he is complaining about the shortage of so the cyber, and it will be everywhere. I think this is just not one only healthcare, but it's everywhere. The other point regarding the change of behavior, I think what was listening to you about a hospital and being president of a university, I was reflecting almost at the same issues we have here. The doctors, they are doctors, but education, and so we have other problem. We have students, large number of students. So changing behavior of students who are passing through the university, it's just very difficult. So we go for extreme measures, like we imposed this year, this kind of dual authentication. I must admit, we did it without the proper kind of thing. And I fear it backfired because people start to complain. They go to the labs to log into their computer. They lose half of the session before they. So do you think that imposing these measures would be probably firing back on the behavior as well, or people lose faith in the...
I mean, that's why we try not to go for the spark straight away. We try not to block the behaviors, but allow them, but find ways to push them away from the behaviours. But I have done the same work in universities, and you can follow the same methods. So, and it's not just the students, the staff are as bad. So trying to bring in multi-factor authentication for staff into university, we've had all the backlash about using their own personal devices, you know, and they want rewards. If you give me a new iPhone, I'll do multi-factor authentication. So they can backfire, and that's why I said you have to prototype and try, because there are the unintended consequences. With us, with ethical hacking, they would find a way to break multi-factor authentication. So we have to have brought them in for them to have decided that that's the right thing to protect them and protect the university as they move on. I mean, when I was in Northumbria, we had a cyber attack. We lost so much data. It was 3 months before we had all systems back up and running. And only then did they start bringing in some restrictions to what was allowed and not allowed. But it's always about having those discussions and bringing people on. So we had a department who decided that to reward students, they would give them USBs to submit their thesis on a USB and not have to print it. But I said, I'm not putting these dirty USBs in my computer, because within the university they wouldn't change, IT wouldn't change the policy, so they would automatically run USBs. And I said, well, until you change that, then I'm not going to do that within this department. But so again, there's different parts to, you know, to any one behavioural problem. There's different parts that all have to be in line. It's not easy to create that culture, and that's why it potentially is an HR issue. But HR in the old-fashioned sense, where HR was there to help the organisation to be the most productive, effective, and now secure it can be, not just to be brought in because there's some sort of discipline or you're hiring a new person.
I think of what you said, I'll give the platform for others, but sometimes taking extreme measures can be easier after attack.
Yeah.
If there is an attack, then you can do whatever you want because people will accept that. But to do preventive measures, that will not run well with people, usually.
Yeah, not until you get their hearts wanting it as well, yeah.
Thank you. We have a second question from the back.
Hello, Lynn. My name is Zaid. I'm a senior cybersecurity analyst from National Bank of Kuwait. To be quite honest, I'm quite touched with the presentation because I faced a similar crisis with other organization, which is quite critical. And we have done a lot of brainstorming, and I submit a paper based on that for the British Security Institute. However, I have some quite notes, not particularly questions. This in the medical sector, I believe there is a way to initiate something called a task force. The task force will help in using the limited resources of people and let them go into one direction based on a quarter. So quarterly basis, task force need to achieve something at per quarter, and that incorporated in every one KPI. For example, this task force, if we have like 2 IT and 2 cybersecurity analysts, the cybersecurity analyst will face a challenge, which is either doing with the operation or dealing with the compliance. And in this way, the ad hoc tasks will eventually get them not succeeded in achieving overall security posture. So defense in depth will rely on physical security. That's not hard to achieve with the limited resources. However, when we incorporate all the defense in depth layers together and we assign this task force to achieve certain goals per quarter, that might eventually change the culture behavior like what you have mentioned. So my question is, how hard applying this idea or this perspective, let's put it in that way, into the medical sector and achieving goals per quarter, and one of the goals like increasing people awareness, because people is the most important asset, and at the same time they are the weakest link, because if we have any system, we have a one backbone which keeps our life running, which is encryption. Encryption is very strong, and now the evolving needs to be online is more than ever. The medical sector cannot be little bit behind of that, because they will miss a lot of things related to the medical needs itself, like doing operations remotely and so on. So my question will be, is it feasible to take a best practice such as what I have mentioned and incorporate it into the medical sector and then initiate a compliance or a framework based on this practice, or no?
I think it is if the institution had the willingness to. Unfortunately, the most senior staff still have to be convinced unless they've been attacked. So trying to get them to invest in a task force rather than a new scanner is always difficult, because they always put the medical priorities first, unless, as was said earlier, that there has been an attack. So I think that is the way it needs to go, is that task force, that continuous goals, continuous improvement, and having to do them. In your task force, I'd like to include somebody who has a behaviour focus, and that would help as well. But yes, I do think they will have to go to that extreme, if we see it as an extreme. But yes, that needs to get embedded potentially in all large organisations to do that. Unfortunately, the lack of time and money is what will be quoted at us when we try to implement anything like that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the talk.
Thank
So
you.
I ask you kindly to remain on the stage, and I will invite Professor Khaled to give you a token of appreciation for your talk. So please, if you go in the middle. Thank you, Professor Lynn Coventry from Abertay University. Thank you so much. So we'll go with our second main talk, and this talk will be with a different perspective, looking at 5G with formal verification. Very interesting talk. And the talk will be by Professor Iona Burino. She's a professor of cybersecurity at University of Surrey. And she's also the director of the Surrey Center for Cybersecurity, SCCS. She's also an international fellow of Adelaide University, or the University of Adelaide. Her research interests are on the area of formal verification, developing formal framework and analysis. So it will be an interesting talk about, we'll get more details about these formal verification techniques. I want to open the slide first to make the presentation ready. Okay, let me just. Yes. It's here. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. So please join me in welcoming Professor to the stage. Please come in. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thanks for inviting me
a pleasure to be here. Thanks to all the organizers mentioned on the slide very beautifully. Welcome to my talk. Yes, this is slightly different to before. It's more focused on security being applied to a live system in the way of technical application and less interdisciplinary. So my slides actually start with something else, which is a small introduction to the center that I lead, which is the Surrey Center for Cybersecurity. One of the many centers of excellence in the UK. So in the UK we have, as you know, two types of centers of excellence in cybersecurity. Just like this conference, there are cybersecurity excellence in education and cybersecurity excellence in research. And this center has both such accreditations. It's a center that has about 25 now permanent members of staff and about 16 total researchers in cybersecurity. And as my slide says somewhere in there, it has a lot of applications in cybersecurity in all the range, from foundations all the way to very applied projects. To one side of my slide, as you're looking at it to your right, it says in black that the University of Surrey and this center won Cyber Award in 2023, for instance, and others. But I put this up here. This is Cyber University of the Year in 2023 in the UK. And actually linked to the talk before, when we won this award, the dean of my faculty said we should not advertise this. And he said we should not advertise this because we'll become a target for cyber attacks. And it sort of was really not mentioned very much because of that. So I don't know if that was a good security, or the work of my colleague earlier really resounded quite well in the UK. Apart from that, we also are the home of one of the research institutes in the UK for cybersecurity. There are about 5 of this that the government and the main research councils in the UK sponsor and promote, and one of them is on verified trustworthy software, and the Surrey Center for Cybersecurity is co-leading this with Imperial. So that's enough about the center, but I know that this is also an education event, so if you are interested in pursuing masters with us, PhDs with us, or if you want to be a postdoc here, or if you want to come and work here, I thought I should advertise a bit for those of you interested. Okay, and now we're going to my talk. So don't worry, I'm not going to teach you communication networks in detail. But what this is supposed to do is to give you a very high overview of, let me see if this works. Is there any pointer that you see? Nope. No. Don't worry about it. Maybe. This is a Logitech one. It's on. It's on. It doesn't work. Don't worry about it. So, so in the normal mobile networks, we have lots of entities, and you don't need to worry about all of them. But primarily, we have mobile phones here on the left side of the slide. In the middle side, we have what in 5G we call GMB nodes, but it's the towers, the radio stations that we all connect to in order to get mobile signal. And you have in 5G now, you have different separations of the core network and different services. And again, it doesn't matter, it's the core networks, and different parts do authentication, they do session management, but roughly speaking, and there are many other parts. There are all sorts of gateways for you to go out to the internet and so on. But roughly speaking, we have 3 important parts for this talk: the phone, the towers, and the core of the network. So the 3 parts of this diagram. And again, I'm not going to teach you a lot about mobile networks, but what you can see on that side in there is a series of what we call cryptographic keys. So these are cryptographic keys used for encryption, for authentication, that exist on the network and are being refreshed all the time. So what does it mean they're being refreshed all the time? It means that
when your phone, for instance, turns on, so this is when your phone turns on, you run a procedure called registration. And when you run this registration, along with other things, you refresh your phone, and the mobile network refreshes a set of keys so that you have new, fresh keys to use for encryption and authentication. And when you move around, so when you move your phone, you move around as a user across Kuwait, for instance, you will connect to different towers, and you will do what is called a handover from one tower to another. And other such procedures, handovers are also procedures like registration, are going to be run, and other keys in here are going to be refreshed. Some of the same as before when your phone turns back onto the network, and also new ones. So at every point of the way, when your phone goes from an idle state because the screen has been turned on off, and you move something on the screen and it turns back on, some of these cryptographic keys will be refreshed. And so in these many procedures, a lot of them would touch the same keys. Some will touch new keys. As you see, they're in a hierarchy. They're one dependent on the other, and so on. So this talk is somehow about security that comes, and insecurity that comes from this type of procedures being run on the mobile network, in this case in 5G, and so the latest one we have at the moment, and how we can formally look at it. So, as the slide says on the left-hand side of it, the way to look at it is in various ways. So we have different types of tools. Some of them are, and we have done this over the years. So this talk covers about 3 years of work, maybe 4. It has, we can do it cryptographically. So we can really look at the nitty-gritty details of the cryptography that is inside those procedures. We can use the second bullet point in there, to use some tools that exist that don't look at the cryptography. They're called symbolic tools, and they look at the procedure as a whole and the security as a whole if there's an attacker in the middle. And we can do a range of things. And what we didn't know how to do very well before this work is how to look holistically at the whole of the stack, let's call it, of the whole authentication and key establishment stack. So there are lots of these procedures I mentioned. Registration you have there, you have handovers, and there are many others, and there's another protocol to the right-hand side. And they all operate over that hierarchy. So how can we look at them operating together over that hierarchy is really what a lot of this work was about when we started it. And one thing that really concerned us was the aspect of what if these towers, so the towers, the radio towers, the ones that you connect to as to use your mobile phone, what if they are malicious? Malicious in various ways. Malicious, truly malicious because someone has installed some software on them and it's really bogus, or maybe they're just honest but curious. They want to get some of your data but otherwise behave correctly. So we looked at different levels of corruptions of this sort of towers. And other type of really fine-grained attackers, whether the attacker is controlling your phone or it's controlling just a part of your phone, or the attacker is controlling a part of the network. So all sorts of fine-grained attackers. So we looked at this in a great level of detail. And as this is educational, my last slide will contain the link to everything about this if you're interested in it. I'm going to give you a flavor of it by looking in this talk at just some aspects of handovers. So I'm going to go over to handovers. I'll skip that slide. So what happens with handovers is as follows. So handovers as written here, maybe I can point this way, as written here, these are there are several of them. So there are several protocols or procedures that run since 3G to 4G to 5G, and they will run still. When your phone that is here would move between two towers, so to speak, so between this red tower and this blue tower here. So that means that as I walk from this university to my hotel, I would be connecting to various such towers. At least one I will change towers between here to going to my hotel. And so when I do this, when I'm being handed over in terms of service from one tower to another, some protocol, which is represented by these silly arrows in here, is being run between my phone, the tower that I'm currently connected to in red, and the tower that I'm going to be connected to as I approach my hotel. And so what is going to happen is that when I start, I'm connected to this tower, I have already a key is written in here, K old, that is established between me and this tower. It's not just one key, I have lots of keys and I use them in various procedures. And from these lots of keys, I now prepare on my phone, as I know I'm going to connect to a new node, the procedure has started to a new tower, I generate a new key, this one in pink in here. And so does the tower that I'm currently connected to. So we are synchronously running a protocol such that from the cryptographic information that we have, we generate new cryptographic information. Only that what happens is that this current tower in red will send this key that is generated now to the next tower. So in other words, it's acting as a proxy. So the next tower is simply receiving the cryptographic key, the cryptographic material for its future service to myself from a mediator, from a proxy. So really it is this proxy that is providing him with the key, it in fact. And so from that key then my phone and the new tower are generating new cryptographic material, and from there on we can speak encrypted amongst ourselves. And this is how secure connections happen between phones and towers as phones move around. So this is a type of handover called XN. There are other types. Now, even if I didn't come here to speak about cybersecurity, and you think about it, and you think about the fact that for whatever reasons, primarily efficiency, this tower here in the middle is acting as a proxy between myself and the future tower I'm going to connect to in terms of cryptographic material, then that makes this tower a root of trust, a sort of a proxy that I have to trust, because obviously the tower by my hotel receives cryptographic material from the previous tower around closer to here. So that's sort of a weak point. And of course, this in terms of formal security, we say that there's a lack of backward security, meaning that this new tower has no real guarantees that this new tower, its communication are at the mercy of the previous tower. If this tower wants, it can decrypt the communication between myself and the future tower. So this guy simply can really use this information, the pink key, to really snoop in between the communication between myself and the next tower. As my slide also says in here, don't get too worried about it. There's some good news. Not all procedures are like this in 5G. So this procedure is in this way with the root of trust in there because it wants to achieve efficiency. Now, the reason why it's worrying, however, is that in fact I simplified things quite a lot, and what this slide in here, this part of the slide is saying, is that there are many types of deriving that pink key. There are many options of how to get this cryptographic material produced. And depending on the many options, so they're called different types of key derivations, so depending on the many options, this type of backward security, a lack of backward security, can persist. So what it means is that a simple way to illustrate it is this way. So assume that this tower, the red tower, is malicious. If this red tower is malicious, it may want to choose a particular type of cryptographic procedure to derive the pink key, such that it would continue to have more chances to keep snooping on communication later on, not just for the first tower that I connect to, but the second and the third and so on. And so in this, and perhaps it's even worse because you can imagine a clique of such towers. So I don't want to give details, but for example, let's assume that the software, the radio software on these two towers comes from the same provider, and they always choose a particular type of cryptographic derivation such that they can continue for as long as possible to maintain this ability to looking into the conversation between my phone and future towers that I'm going to connect to. So in more formal terms, we say that this backwards security, lack of backward security, can be maintained. And so what? So how did I find this out? So maybe I'm just inventing this because I didn't tell you about the details of the cryptographic procedures or anything like this. In reality, we formalized all of this and all the type of cryptographic procedures in all level of details in different tools. So this is one tool called Tamarin, and there's a link, you can check it out. And it's used widely, perhaps the state of the art at the moment, in terms of protocol verification or security procedure verification. So we put all of this inside, and in fact not just handovers, and we proved this formally, what I just showed you with some pictures. We proved formally that this is possible. And so then we asked ourselves another question. So the question is, per my slide in here, can we heal? So what does it mean, can we heal? Okay, so the procedures are broken, can we fix them? Or can the procedure itself, even without me fixing it, heal itself? So what does it mean to heal itself? It means that perhaps by choosing another type of derivation in here, in tower number 5, just by being itself honest, would repair the security of the towers that went before it, that my phone connected to, that were insecure. But then if I do this, if I want to reason about if the 5th tower can repair security for all of them, then I need to reason about these things in here. So who is corrupt? Are they actively corrupt? Are they passively corrupt? What sort of keys can they have access to? Do they have access to my phone? Do they have access to the core network? So on and so forth. So for me to reason about whether the network itself, with all its procedures or all its components, can heal, I need to reason about corruption in a very fine-grained manner. And so then we wanted to look at this, and we wanted also, as this bit in here in red says, we wanted to see, is there a way for me to measure the speed of healing? So perhaps let's just take a silly example. Perhaps 5G is better at healing in terms of choosing the right procedures with the 5th node or the 6th node that I'm connected to than 4G was. Perhaps I can compare 5G with 4G and say that one heals better than the other. Or perhaps I can compare different procedures somehow uniformly and speak about that. So we wanted a formal way to reason about this. So we created a framework that's called the post-compromise security metric. So, and it doesn't apply just to networks, it applies to everything that has some sort of hierarchy of keys in it. I'll try to explain it on this image. I'll just put all the things up and I'll explain to you what's going on. So post-compromise security. So assume that someone has compromised, a system. And if it's compromised the system, I want to think about healing after compromise, so post-compromise security. Can I re-achieve security just by the procedure, not because I intervene and fix it? And so imagine, for instance, that this is your WhatsApp conversations, and I'll explain in a second what does it mean it's your WhatsApp conversation, because this is actually how things happen in Signal and in WhatsApp and in 5G and in others. So say when you are sending a message, so say I'm sending a message to Omar. Sending a message to Omar. Every time I send a message to Omar, with every single message I send, this is me sending messages to Omar, new keys are being derived. And my messages to Omar, let's call them a phase, so it's my phase. As soon as Omar replies, some other key is being derived, this key K2, and this is Omar's chain now. So every time Omar sends something, there are some keys that correspond to his messages being sent, but if he sends the first message when he replies to me, let's model it in this way, and then he continues to reply to me from here on. And at every step of the way, there will be keys being derived with every single message, more or less, and the more, if it's a group conversation, it becomes more complicated. And let's assume the attacker controls this point, or we call it this stage in my phase of the conversation. If he controls this point, then depending on how good the cryptography is for the next key to be derived to my next message to send to Omar, so here, he may continue to control it. And this is in red for those that don't see colors. So he continues to control it. However, maybe the cryptography, which is different when Omar replies to myself, is good enough that from that point on, the protocol heals. So the attacker no longer has control, at least of some of the keys that were inside this blob. So a way to imagine is that inside these blobs, I have keys that are sitting on various hierarchies and depend on one another, and the attacker controls some of these keys in these blobs. And there's different type of protocols and cryptography being applied as keys evolved and are being refreshed. And depending on the procedures and the cryptography, what can happen in the protocol itself is that given a particular attacker level, maybe it controls my phone, but not Omar's phone, or maybe it controls some part of the network, but not the entirety of the network. Maybe he's active or passive, and so on. Depending on that and the cryptography inside, the protocol will be able to continue to be compromised or will be healing at some point just by itself and the control of the attacker. And so we wanted to measure this, and we wanted, simply put, if you can think about it in this way, we wanted to count how many of these blobs does it take, we call them stages, how many of these blobs does it take for a protocol to heal. And if, for instance, if an attacker always stays at this level and it never heals at this level, then it doesn't have any healing. But if the attacker is also controlling this level, so when Omar replies to me, it will heal at that point in one step. So, and we looked at this, and this is we applied this to lots of protocols. And my examples here were about 5G before, and this particular XN handover that was broken, and we applied it to that as well in combination with all the procedures that exist in 5G that are relevant, so registration, under handovers, and so on. So you can now see that the evolutions of keys, in fact, are different procedures. So I involve here with some type of procedure, 5G procedure, and I involved in here with another 5G procedure. What I told you about Signal and WhatsApp was correct as an analogy earlier. But what you will see in here is that, for instance, this protocol that I've discussed with you, and here this is the initial one that had no backward security. If the attacker is active, as in is in the middle of the network, it will perhaps stand no chance with some blob in here saying infinity, infinity, ever to heal. So if the attacker controls the network and this thing called medium says that, well, sort of somewhere middle up that hierarchy of chain, he has access to there, the protocols will never ever heal by themselves. So I would have to intervene to fix it. Whereas in some cases you have a 1, which means that, if the attacker, for instance, is passive in here and he's only controlling my phone, there's a chance that it will heal. So he will find one set of keys, and after one step, it will no longer control my phone or my conversations. So how we did this sort of analysis, it's a very complicated cryptographic model. I'm not going to bore you with it, but the situation is that after we did the cryptographic model, we also implemented the same, this idea also in the tools that I mentioned earlier in Tamarin and Proverif and so on. So I've been going quite slowly, so my slides here show you a fix that we've implemented in 5G in the protocol that I showed you. I'm going to skip over this fix. The way to implement the fix for us is very important because we also work with the standardization bodies, so with 3GPP in this case. So we want the fix that fixes this problem, but also is as backwards compatible as possible. So if you look in here, it's a fix that somewhere adds some freshness inside the key derivation, and we add it in a particular message such that it costs as little as possible to the network to ferry this particular new freshness across. I'm going to skip the slide on verification. I'm going to tell you that we implemented this together with Fraunhofer in Germany and BT in the UK on the Open 5G core, and checked if indeed this means nothing, or maybe it's very costly for the network to implement something like this. And it means really very little, and we made a recommendation to 3GPP, and they changed something to make it better. They did not add this particular freshness in there, but they changed the ability to maintain this by looking at how the gateways, the UPFs of the 5G network, managing something called sessions. So they took on board this and implemented a different workaround that makes things better, does not really entirely make the protocol have this healing, but it does make the problem go away to some extent. We looked at another protocol in similar ways. This protocol is very modern at the moment, and it's one whereby the mobile network is allowing you or your car or your phone to connect to a third party just by having mobile network credentials. And in this protocol, we also found similar problems, and we make similar recommendations. Some problems have to do with security in the way that you saw in here, and some problems have to do with privacy. The problems to do with security have been adopted in the standards. The problems to do with privacy, not quite. And the problems to do with privacy are that this protocol, I won't say whether it's implemented or not at the moment or where, would leak some quite serious private information of your credentials, long-term credentials on the mobile network to third parties. But to fix these privacy things means to make billing a lot more complicated for the mobile networks. So the conclusion is pretty simple. So we are working, or I work with a group of people on a lot of cryptographic models for looking at anything security, whether it's systems like this or others, whether it's payments, mobile networks. Some of it is cryptographic, so really looking at the cryptography and doing those attacker models that you saw briefly on the slide. Some of it is verifying it in tools that are easier to use, such as Tamarin and Proverif. In some cases, we've also worked with helping fixing problems in these tools and helping developing them. We make recommendations to the standard bodies to fix some of the things that we find, and always follow responsible disclosure procedures. And we also do implementation with, as I said before, in this example, Open 5G Core with Fraunhofer and BT. These are the 5 papers that will cover everything that is in the slide, whether I covered it or not, but it will cover in details everything that's in the slide. And this is not my work entirely alone. This is a work with lots of people. In fact, there are more people. The dots on my slide. There are other people that don't appear in here. And I'd like to also take the opportunity to thank the funders of this work, which is the National Cyber Security Centre of the UK and the EPSRC, PT, as well as others. And thank you, and I hope that I give you a glimpse into 5G security, even though I apologize somewhat if it was too technical.
Thank you so much for this insightful talk. So, are there any questions? Yeah, Professor Omar.
Thank you very much. So that's a fantastic presentation. So one question I had is that, you know, with the freshness model, it's like having a lease on a key. So you have, when the lease expires, you renew the key. So how do you measure the performance benefits versus the complexity of doing this? Because how do I set that lease time or freshness time? Does it depend on the size of the message, the number of messages, the number of subscribers? What are the things that would influence because if I waited too long to get a key, you know, I would just switch off my phone. And, you know, so the question is, or I'll just go back to the old system.
Yeah, so first of all, so this is a very good question. Thanks, Omar, for the question. So, and I glossed over this slide. So we measured exactly this, the communication cost of making this change. Would it cost your phone to generate the key? So it's not quite a timeless though. So what it is simply, maybe it's better in here. So, okay. So the way to think about it is this node is the one that's being affected. This is the new node that you're going to connect to. It will generate a secret is a 32-bit number, and it will send it to the operator along with a message that's already in there, so we're not inserting a new message. So it generating a 32-bit number is nothing. This is nanoseconds. Adding 32 bits to a message that's already quite large is also nothing. And so what happens is that when the operator when the transaction, the protocol finishes, there's a message between the operator and your phone, and the operator, are going to send you this 32-bit message so that your phone can use it. So you receive, along with the old procedure, an extra 32 bits in terms of your phone from the network to you in a message that exists already. And you use it inside the key derivation. So you use it, this T1 is the thing, and you use it inside a generation here at the end. So you add a 32-bit random number to the generation. This is ferried across the network in 2 messages. This 32 bits extra traffic is not noticeable. It may be noticeable perhaps on a very old phone, but if you take on average the averages of all phones doing this type of procedure over and over, there is absolutely no noticeable increase in anything. It's so tiny, generating a 32-bit on a radio station, and then the network sending you this is really nothing. So it's not a timeless, it's just a 32-bit random number. And no increase.
Just a follow-up on this. Basically, when you're working with a handover, the major issue is to look at the time until movement, that you are allowed to move to the next station, because there's a window of time before the communication breaks. And this depends on the speed of the movement. And with the times now, in the 5G time, we have this type of tube trains.
Oh, yes.
So I think this will give extreme challenge to all communication system. I don't expect too many towers to be on the route of the train. And the train is going like bullets.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Adding any slight delay, you said, I mentioned this because you are talking about time.
Yeah, let's see.
I've been working on similar work with more with standardization organizations at the time 3G. So I am
You are correct. You are correct. So XN handovers, this type of handovers, were introduced in 5G. So in 4G they did not exist. They were introduced in 5G, and the reason was exactly to be competitive, to be as fast as possible. So there's a reason, you are correct, why in 5G you would generate this key on this tower, on the old tower, and send it immediately to the next tower, as opposed to doing something else called an N2 procedure, where you would go all the way to the core network that in your tube you won't want to go to, and send it that way, which is more secure. And so one of my previous slides is to say that, N2 that existed in 4G registration that we do on our phones, turn on and off, are secure with respect to this sort of problem. And this one was introduced for efficiency. But the message is that you can still have efficiency and security. Honestly, this 32-bit that would be generated in here, in here, and send on an existing message would make no difference. What you're speaking about, connectivity from tower to tower, literally the connectivity time would have happened already by the time that you generate this T1, this freshness. You will have been connected, this procedure is going, and actually somewhere here, T1 is generated and sent onto your phone. So it won't. But there is a point to say, okay, we have another option, and this is very efficient, so perhaps we can lose security for efficiency, which we hear sometimes. I might disagree, but someone might agree.
Thank you for your presentation. Hi, I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of power consumption, you are always focusing on security and during the exchanging the key and during the full operation of the network. What about, do you have a study regarding the power consumptions of this protocol?
The
Power consumption
power
of the
consumption, no.
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 Okay.
So all this, okay, so just to explain, this Open 5G core is an emulation of, so the implementation that we did, which is an Open 5G core, I can't find the slide, is an emulation of the network. So Open 5G core, basically all these are virtual things, and you can do things virtually, but because they're virtual, I mean, it can be really even running the software on a mobile phone and so on. It doesn't make a lot of sense to measure power consumption on the software that we used. It's true, one should look. Again, I may sound like I'm stubborn, but whether your phone generates or whether your phone does a computation of a key derivation in this case with or without an extra 32 bits, it won't make any difference. So once it does it on, let's say, 200 and something, and if I add a 32 on top and now it's 200 and something more, it won't make any difference in terms of consumption, even if it does it 100 times a day.
Excellent.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So again, please remain on stage for Professor Khaled will give you a token of appreciation. Again, thank you, Professor Ioana Burino from University of Surrey. Thank you so much. So we'll continue with the last part of the program before the lunch, and we'll have a really very interesting panel discussion. So I'll invite the panelists one by one to join, and then Professor Raj will be introducing them. So the panel will be cybersecurity as the engine of digital transformation, a very important topic about digital transformation. The moderator is Professor Raj Rajarajan from CT St. George University of London. And the panelist, Engineer Mohammed Bouarki, he was with us the morning. Also, we have Professor Asim Ahmed Khawaja and Dr. Khaled Assaf Al-Anezi. And last but not least, Professor Lean Coventry. Please join us.
So thank you. As it was introduced, my name is Raj Rajarajan. I'm a professor of security engineering. I picked up the title from the famous security engineering professor, Professor Ross Anderson, who is no more with us. And as part of my research, I cut across between industry and academia. And I can proudly say my student is in the audience today, so hopefully he doesn't ask me any questions. I got the security engineering from the, quite international bank, CIB, sitting in the front here. Mr. Dawood, hopefully he'll be a Dr. Dawood at some point in his life. And I also kind of co-founded Cyber London, mainly to look at the international dimension of cybersecurity, how the cybersecurity companies from the rest of the world can come and collaborate with the cyber ecosystem. And I think looking at Kuwait and the UK, there is a lot of similarities between the operational models. And it's nice to have here Mohammed from the NCSC, and we also follow, the NCSC guidelines in the academic world. I think one of the things you see in terms of the new Kuwait 2035, I think it's very timely for us to discuss the digital transformation, because we have 10 years to have the new Kuwait, and the new Kuwait is going to go through digital transformation. And I personally have looked at the digital transformation for London. So during the COVID period, I was given some money by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to look at 250 SMEs to go through digital transformation. And these were fruit sellers, bakeries, pubs, bars, restaurants, who never thought cyber was important. So when I taught cyber, it was online because it was COVID period. Most of them didn't put it. So I got a score out of 2 out of 5 for my transformation lecture because nobody knew what I was talking about. They just thought there is a technical professor giving some rubbish and it's not important, we shouldn't listen to him. But I realized that they all felt there was a need just after COVID finished and every company wanted to start doing the transformation properly. And when they have to go for a government tender, then in the UK there are different certifications. There is something called the Cyber Essential Plus. Although we debate with the NCSC, a lot of companies don't want to take up the Cyber Essential Plus, which is like a benchmark to look at the cybersecurity controls, as I call the cyber hygiene, which is highlighted in the former report by the Honorable Stephen McPartland, who wrote the former report for the UK government in terms of the UK cyber security landscape. And it's good to see, I'm going to compare and contrast, and I'm going to get some feedback from the panel, and I want to open up to the floor. Because I see the digital ID has been around, and this is an area I have worked for 25 years in this space, and I think Kuwait has done very well in terms of having the digital ID or your mobile ID for applications. But in the UK, we have struggled politically to get the digital ID, and you might have seen, if you follow the news, our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, the only reason now people are trying to adapt digital ID in the UK is because we have an age verification because of the Online Safety Act, which came in 2023 in the UK. So unless there is a need and there is a push by the law and the regulation, it's very difficult to make a change. And also, I think the UK recently the NCSC have looked into coming up with the post-quantum cryptography for 2035. So we have 3 phases. I started doing some recent work in terms of commercializing some of the post-quantum cryptography, looking at asset discovery. And I think it's very important Kuwait also starts looking at how to build the post-quantum cryptography, looking at asset discovery of your crypto assets, because I think it'll be important. Why I'm saying is that we might get taken away and start getting into AI, not looking into long-term plans, because I think quantum will be more challenging than what we see today. So we are going to be living in an AI, quantum, and also cybersecurity coming together, trying to address many of the future challenges. So I think I'm going to start off from our colleague here. Before I start, let me introduce, so as you have heard this morning, we have here Mohammed, who is founded the NCSC, which is an amazing initiative. I think we need a coordinated act to really bring the initiatives that happen in terms of cyber and trying to make a change. And I see that Kuwait is on the list number 3 in terms of ransomware. So it is not that Kuwait doesn't see many ransomware, and I think Lynn just put a slide. There was a hospital that was attacked in 2024. So obviously, Kuwait needs to do a lot. The second speaker we have is our colleague Asim Khawaja from the UK government. So we have 2 from the government. It's very good to have this match from the UK and from the Kuwait side. Then we have the 2 academics. One looking at the technical side, we got Khalid here, and then we got Lynn. So they will actually take over the academic side. And what I struggled, being in the cybersecurity for 25 years, still it's a struggle and it's a battle to really bring the government, industry, and the academia. We're still in fragmentation. We don't work together. We all do good stuff. We're all proud of what we do, but we don't talk together. So we need to somehow make this marriage happen going forward if we want to succeed. And I think as we heard from William this morning, cyber is not without borders. GCC countries have worked together. We started a lot of work with Saudi Aramco recently because they are also interested in collaborating with some of our ongoing work with telecom, critical infrastructures, and the team cuts across critical infrastructures, AI, and IoT teams. So it's very important we have these esteemed colleagues here And let's hear their views first. Let me start with Mohammed here. Mohammed, you had been running this cybersecurity NCSC for a few years, starting 2022? Yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so if you can tell me from strategic point of view, for transformation and strategy, in the UK I find the small and medium enterprises were very reluctant to be, they thought cyber was more something that stops them from growing fast. And they just grew, and then they came back after a few years when they had an attack. So how do you find this in Kuwait? What's the take up in terms of, you have, for example, banking infrastructures, there is a new regulation framework that's coming in, and you have the Data Protection Act, I think law 20 or 26 of 2024, then you have your cybercrime laws, in law 63. So how do you really see this being taken up by the real world? And what's the resistance you see in terms of adoption? Because that seems to be the challenge from the UK side. We continue to struggle, and we see supply chain attacks from the SMEs. But how do we overcome this? And have you seen anything that you do it differently in the Kuwait?
It's nothing different than the UK, and I believe everywhere is to apply cyber rules and regulation is something not really easy. But cooperation, I believe in cooperation for all the organization in Kuwait, public sector or government sector. So what we first did is to introduce the national cyber, is to define what exactly the national cyber of Kuwait role and responsibilities. And we try to engage the government and public sector with the plan and role and responsibility for NCSC, that they can feel they are part of it. And if they feel they are part of it, so they can understand and they can cooperate. You will find the resistance, and this is a human nature. You cannot just apply regulation without justification. So what we did is we create a national committee with CNIs, critical infrastructure, and we engage them to build up actually GRC, governance, risk management, and compliance. So when they felt that they are part of the equation, so actually we had an initiative from them, and we saw the cooperation and the teamwork. And establishing the NCSC was mainly to regulate everything in cyber regarding building capacity and initiatives for national awareness. And as I say, human nature, I mean, the most important factor in this whole equation is the human. And what you try is we try to more define the NCSC as an umbrella for Kuwait to secure a mega project for technology. And we have involved in so many events and conferences such as Cerc, and we try to actually marketing the NCSC, that NCSC is a part of the secure umbrella in Kuwait.
Thank you. So I'm going to jump to Lynn now. Lynn, you spoke about the UK health system, which is one of the critical infrastructures. And going back, as Khalid said, I come from the 2G probably. And I think working with the NHS is probably one of the hardest I found. And I purely jumped from e-health, m-health, totally into different sectors because I found it very difficult to convince the clinicians and the NHS in terms of getting them hardened in terms of cyber attacks. What is your take in terms of, as Mohammed mentioned, that we need to collaboratively work? How do you see NHS collaborating with the real bodies in terms of security and really trying to adapt to some of the things that they can benefit from before the attacks happen? Because we have seen we've seen recently with the attack on the imaging systems, and that's going to continue to happen. And NHS is one of the largest infrastructure we have in Europe. So how do we address this? I know, Mohammed also mentioned humans are the weakest links. So how do we bring NHS into our discussions and make them really work with us collaboratively. The transformation, because because I've come from the stage when we had the spine system and then they went into the new system, and we had a lot of transformation in the UK in terms of our NHS into digital. I think COVID taught us a lot. So what are your take in terms of how fast and how far we have gone in terms of digital transformation?
So they have gone far and fast, but not securely. I think the problem is the NHS is not a single entity. It's lots of different regions, and they don't necessarily talk to each other. So first of all, we have the problem of getting them to share across the different boards and regions in the UK and to learn from each other. And I've seen it in government departments a bit, where they have to react to changes in the law. And a lot of the councils have got together, because they've maybe only got one cybersecurity person in each council. So rather than each council trying to figure out how to respond to a change, then they have what he was describing earlier as a task force, where they work together. All the cybersecurity meet regularly. They decide who's going to find the answer, and then communicate to everybody else. So a different set of people can start to address the different issues, rather than everybody under-resourced trying to do everything for themselves. The second issue the NHS has is the supply chain, and I think we've heard it mentioned by a few people, but the supply chain, it's broken, so the devices that they're bringing in are insecure. The communications with them are insecure. So this has to come from the ground up as well, from the suppliers of all the devices, the networks that are coming into. So I would advocate, more joined up thinking around secure by design as a way forward. And then something I've been struggling with is how does each sector, so health sector is one that's currently focusing on cybersecurity, but how do some of the more innovative sectors like space, agriculture, who haven't been attacked yet, so they're not thinking about it yet, how do we share that learning so when they start to innovate and expand at pace, they're not making the same mistakes as other sectors have made? I keep on seeing the attacks just jumping from sector to sector as they find the next weakest one. So I haven't resolved it yet, but how do you get people to focus on prevention and on defense as a way forward, as an enabler, and shifting that from just shifting that whole perspective that it is necessary to enable moving forward properly.
I'm going to move to Asim next. I think you worked with a lot of local councils in the UK, and you have a lot of experience doing, and councils are, again, like the NHS, very difficult organizations to transform digitally. How did you find when you tried to push the agenda of risk and cyber into the local councils in the UK? And what was the appetite, and how did they move forward with the agenda of digital transformation?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Raj. Before I start off speaking, just a caveat that I'm here, my consent and permission to talk here is in personal capacity, so I can't talk a lot of UK government policies, but opine on certain things which are public knowledge. So it's quite a different and interesting landscape, because I've done about 20 years in the financial sector before I started helping out the public sector. And the pace of implementation and the pace and appetite is quite different. And so is the funding challenge as well, which we have to acknowledge. Financial sector, large banks, money is not an issue. It's almost like, well, where is the project? Where is the return on investment? And let's do it. I think, and also mentioned earlier, it's the challenges with the resources in the councils, and it's a publicly accepted, acknowledged challenge where a lot of good stuff needs to be done, and they acknowledge they want to do it. There's a real desire to do things, but you have to see the local government is almost it's like a gel which brings together quite a few departments. So you have NHS, DHSC, you have Department of Work and Pensions, because you have the personal data, you have adult and children's social care, you have local GPs, the doctors, the pharmacies. It's so much coming together where even if you have the appetite, each avenue that you explore, whether it's the NHS, whether it's personal data, you're fighting with a lot of challenges. You can have legacy technology, you can have regulatory barriers, which are not meant to be barriers. They're meant to help. But if you are sitting in a position where, okay, I have to comply with something that DHSC or NHS wants me to do, and then I have to also apply for Department of Work and Pensions got something. So how do you then resolve? How do you move quickly? So I am part of the working group for the NCSC's cyber assessment framework that's just come out, the 4.0. And we have started looking at forward-looking AI, threat intelligence, etc. And the thing that I've been saying time and again, and I think it's acknowledged, that let's not come to myself or the colleagues in cybersecurity as a last tick box exercise. Please don't come to me because you want something signed off because your big boss is going to ask for it. And unfortunately, a lot of times it's like, oh, I have to go and get your sign off because I'm going to this product approval committee or something. And this is something we've experienced in big banking, financial sector as well. Involve us right in the inception level, like months and months before. This project wasn't born like yesterday. So if you help engage the right audience, senior leadership, information security, technical architects, all of them coming together, we will collaborate to help build secure by design, which sounds a bit like a cliche, but it's a very, very right approach to do, because not only it builds you secure systems and secure solutions, but it's a good business case to present to your external stakeholders, your regulators, your customers, that we are thinking in the right way and we are doing the right thing for you. And you can scale up pretty quickly as well because your base is right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's an interesting space in terms of how to bring the senior leaders to agree on some of these things. So, Khalid, I'm going to go on to that and ask, in terms of having these, as an educationist, you coming from a university background, I challenge normally when people say there's a skill shortage. I think there is enough graduates. In the UK, I say we churn out like a factory now, cybersecurity graduates. But then they all message me on LinkedIn saying, Professor, find me a job. Then I realize, there is three jobs now on AI and interface of cybersecurity from British Telecom. And I keep thinking, and we produce all these graduates, but they are looking for people to. So where do you think, Kuwait has done well in terms of really mapping for the needs of the industry, and how do you upskill your graduate force that actually can serve the needs of the industry in Kuwait?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yeah, so let me answer your question by presenting to you the project that I came from, which is Abdullah Salim University. Yes, you need to have enough graduates to serve the posts needed in the market. But Abdullah Salim University was established. Abdullah Salim University, let me introduce the project to everyone here. It's the second public university in Kuwait. It is established with plans in mind to complement Kuwait University. So the plan is to establish, and we're now accepted our third batch of students. It's basically a research-based university. And it doesn't have only programs, it also, we are in the process of establishing research centers. And one prominent research center we're working on is the Cybersecurity Research Center. Now, the reason I brought up this shows Kuwait's government intention in linking the industry, education, government bodies together, regulatory bodies, to ensure that to ensure that at all levels, not only cybersecurity, for example, for fixing the job market, and cybersecurity is one very important aspect. So the idea here is, yes, we do have a cybersecurity engineering program. We are trying to fill the gap and produce talent, but the goal of the organization, and I believe this is a very important goal, is to link the different bodies, whether government bodies, private sector, regulatory bodies, and we are taking this as an objective that we want to achieve. Now, an exercise that we have done recently was with the help of NCSC. We did host researchers from Oxford University to conduct a study to assess the cybersecurity posture of the whole country. And that involved doing interviews with the government and private bodies. We sent invitations to mostly all government bodies and to industry. And we conducted sessions over 3 days and produced a report that assesses the cybersecurity posture of the whole country. And based on that report, there was priorities assigned as to where the country need to start, because we need to start somewhere. So to answer your question, yes, producing the talent is something very important. We see, private universities, government universities competing in doing these different flavors of degrees to fill up the job market. And also, we also believe that more than that, a university should take the lead, should carry the torch in fixing many of the problems that or the challenges that the society faces. And digital transformation and cybersecurity is a key aspect that we need to tackle.
Thank you. So very interesting. So I think we are in the age of, as you said, there is going to be IoT, there's going to be AI. When I sit in panels, people just in the European space, we have the EU AI Act, we have the EU Data Act, we have NIS2 now, we have data governance, now we have NIST, standard algorithms for implementations. And then you start talking to companies and trying to see, regulation versus implementation. So Mohammed, I'm going to pick you here in terms of how do you balance innovation while you also collect data from IoTs? So like, for example, you got your smartwatch and it's kind of probably listening to me. I just may not want to share my voice with you because you might use my biometric quiz to do authentication going forward. So there is behind the scene, how do you make sure it's transparent and you want to innovate? Because obviously in the innovation space, you somehow have to hide things because otherwise everybody will start co-creating and innovating at the same space. So how do you think we innovate and you kind of keep the digital transformation at the cutting edge while we also maintain the privacy, ethics, and beyond?
I think you mentioned the answer in your first speech when you said following global standardization. Today there is a best practices for global standardization such as NIST and ISO. And by choosing the best compliances and regulation, you actually emphasize and facilitate the use of this innovation for the organization and for users. So what we are trying here to do is to make a flexible policies and regulations to use the best usage of the innovations such as AI and etc. I'm sure there is an obstacles by using cyber policies. I mean, specifically and especially when you see the emerging, fast evolving technologies which are coming every year, and to follow them, so you need to have an agile standardization and policies. However, I have also, this is my own opinion, that we cannot governance the AI, because AI is something like just is going on fast. So the winning point here is to keep up with it. And this is what exactly I think we are doing now, is to keep up with any innovation that's upcoming. And use the AI, for example, I'll take AI as an example, and because AI has a dark side, as any technology coming up, everything has a dark and a bright side. So responsible AI, the usage of responsible AI is the best way to keep up with the innovations.
Thank you. So over to Lynn now. So as a behavior scientist and have a lot of background in terms of doing ethics and how do you manage ethics. So do you think we can innovate while we maintain ethics, because that restricts, and we have all these privacy models, and now we have all this ethical framework we need to, and the regulatory requirements that's saying that you'll have to pay a hefty fine if you don't follow these regulations when you collect. So how do we make this transparent to the user? Because in the decentralized internet, we are looking at a user-controlled and user-empowered design. So what are your take on in terms of how do we do this innovation while we ethically make sure that we don't really steal people's data and do innovation?
Well, for me, the companies have to have an ethical code of practice. That doesn't have to be public, and the data doesn't have to be public, but they have to have developed their ethical procedures. So, for instance, as a psychologist, I have to follow much stricter ethical guidelines about data usage. So as a psychologist, I can't go onto the web and scrape any public data and then analyze it and publish it, because the British Psychological Society's code of practice is just because it's in the public domain doesn't make it public. Whereas I'm sitting in a university where the computer and science department have much more, it's there, we can scrape it so we can use it. So it's very frustrating because they have all this data to do research with that we just wouldn't take. And I think the same applies within universities, so within companies. So for instance, a very well-known technology company got into trouble for doing some research and innovation with a university, where they then broke the ethics that they had signed up to with the university. And this all became public. Their response wasn't to do things more ethically. Their response was to stop working with universities and do that work hidden. Whereas I would have liked them to say, okay, we are going to improve our ethical practices. So I think innovation can be done with ethics, and it has to be done with ethics, because it's the only way that we can continue to trust. Consumers have to blindly trust, else they couldn't operate on the internet in the connected world. We know consumers never read a privacy policy, so we know they're going to give you their data. The majority, unless you come from a specific country that is very privacy orientated, I'll name one, Canada or Switzerland, then the everyday consumer will, I accept to any privacy policy without, and if they have to scroll, if you make them scroll, they'll scroll faster than they can read. So a lot of work that I've done is about improving the usability of these, so they only have to read a few sentences, not 20 pages, where all the unethical things is hidden within it. So, yes, do innovate, but do it ethically. Just each company should have their own ethical code of practice and should stick to that. And that is a way that I think moving forward, consumers may choose which companies to trust and not to trust.
So I think, Khalid, in terms of this same thing around ethics and science, and somebody with the engineering and computer science background, I totally agree with Lynn. My social science colleagues take 6 months to get an approval. I get 6 days an approval because I just tick boxes which I need to, and I cross boxes I say that will give me headache. So I know how to bypass our ethics committee, and I totally understand. And then when there is a point when somebody asks the question, what kind of data you store, then we run around saying it's not in the main network. We have isolated networks, so we don't care. So I really see the challenge. So as an academician, how do you see you can balance the ethics while you do? For example, if you take the EU AI Act, biometrics is highlighted as one of the key areas where ethics should play a major role, and that's highlighted. And obviously, most of the biometric systems do extract all our data, just otherwise it doesn't. So how do you think the academic world can really do research around areas like biometrics in the age of AI so that you don't really discriminate and you really maintain the sovereignty, social value, at the same time kind of support the innovation?
Yes, yeah, you need to certainly apply the standards when it comes to ethics. It's not about only taking consent to collect data. It's about the consent on how you're going to process the data and how you're going to share that data with third parties as well. So you might collect data ethically, but then process it unethically. You might collect it ethically, process it ethically, but then share it with a third party, and then that third party can misuse it. You need to apply standards and also frameworks. For example, there is a framework I came across, OneTrust. And with OneTrust, you basically, it's a web framework that you integrate with your website, and it takes care of, takes the burden from ensuring proper consent process being in place from the shoulders of your engineers to that framework. And that framework, once you adopt it, you're making sure that you are involving the right consent process in place. So the answer to this question is to apply the perfect, correct consent process standard and make sure to enforce it.
Thank you. Asim, you're a big fan of quantum. So I'm going to ask you straight here. How ready are we to implement post-quantum cryptography? Do you think from the UK stand, because I know UK is promoting post-quantum, some other countries have taken QKD as the way forward. As I said, NCSC has 10 years for UK to be ready and have all our systems of enterprises, quantum, post-quantum ready. So in terms of innovation, my feeling is that we just don't even care about the PQC and what it is at the moment. How do you think the organizations are going to start moving forward, and how will they innovate if they don't even start in the space yet in terms of post-quantum cryptography?
Thank you, Dr. Raj. And whilst everyone's talking about how they were from the 2G times, I'm also being an alumni of Oxford University. I have a lot of exposure to the academia there. So when the first 3 FIPS came out of quantum, the 203, 204, 205, I was one of the observers sitting at Department of Maths when NIST gave a call for papers. And so been following this journey since then of PQC and the QKD. I think we're talking about standards and ethics and all of this. So it's important to understand, again, personal views, that we should, the basic cyber hygiene still stands. So yes, this transition is required, as NCSC has given a roadmap, but we should still be mindful of getting our hygiene, the basics of networks, your segmentations, all of that, those things. We still need to be doing it in the right way in terms of the organizations. Now, in the last couple of years, we've seen rapid advancements. So it is something that organizations will need to think about and to start moving towards readiness. But education and awareness will be important. I mean, in my personal time, I've been doing a lot of this awareness talks, etc. But I think coming from the top, even in the organizations, you have learning and developments. We should talk about this as a conversation topic. What are the kind of horizon challenges that are coming, so they can adapt and evolve. We need to be ready as organizational or critical national infrastructure in terms of transitioning from standards, from algorithms, etc., from capability point of view. But I think education awareness will play a big role without going into any policy aspects.
Yeah, thank you, Asim. I always say to my students, forget all these cryptography. It's like brushing your teeth. If you get up and brush your teeth, get your basic hygienes right, then you'll maintain your teeth for life. So it's the same thing that happens in the cyber. So I think I don't want to sit between the lunch and ourselves. We can go on forever in this AI and cyberspace. So I think we are going for food. So I'm going to ask food for thought from our panelists, each one to give one food for thought. And I want you to take away after the end of the panel to discuss that when you have your food, what the food for thought they gave us, and then build one new network as part of this panel and an outcome of this first session. So first to Lynn to give one takeaway for the lunch break.
Okay. When consumers will give you whatever you ask for free, how do you ensure that you use it properly?
Thank you, Lynn. Khaled?
I think a challenge that is coming ahead is the deepfakes, and to handle this challenge. Recently, there have been an incident in which someone used a deepfake for a CFO to convince one of the employees, finance employees, to authorize a 25 million transfer to a fraudster. This has only recently happened in Hong Kong, and I think challenges to these deepfakes are really becoming real. So how to tackle them is a big challenge ahead.
Thank you.
I said the same in Ghana last week. I said the same in Davos. Human is the VIP in this party. So we're talking about AI. We are talking about all this. We need to take care of the human and educate them, prepare them, give them the right mindset and tool to think cyber as part of our life, our culture, our value inside us. I think that's important to deal with whatever comes our way in the next decade.
Thank you.
Yeah, I always believe privacy is power. So the less they know about you, the less they can harm you. So as much as you can, be private.
Thank you. I think at this point, let's thank all the great panel discussions here, and I hope we continue the discussions over lunch.
Raj, do you want to take one question from the audience?
I was running out of time, so I didn't want to open the floor up.
So we'll get you, please stay on stage. Professor Khaled will give you a token of appreciation for those who didn't receive one already.
Thank you. So yeah, keep the questions for these guys and keep them busy over lunch.
Yeah, Professor Raj, please, if you...
Allow me just to go through those who have not got one. Those who have got one, maybe are aware of their bags, the size of it. Stay right for us.
Professor Khalid, thank you. And Professor Raj. Okay, thank you very much for attending the first session. We'll resume in 1 hour, but the lunch will be in the library. You can follow me to the lunch. And please do not forget to scan the QR code here to get your information and also to stay in contact with us and to get information about future events. Thank you.
Victor.
Hello, everyone. So welcome to the afternoon session of Cerc conference. For those who just joined, you missed a very interesting talks, but we have even more interesting talks now. The good thing about the talks today, they touch on multidisciplinary aspects of cybersecurity. We attended a very interesting one on healthcare and one on the formal cybersecurity for 5G. So we will continue with three more very interesting talks, basically touching also on different aspects from intent-driven to designing and deploying trustworthy cyber-secure networks. And at the end, we'll conclude with the device-to-device authentication. So we basically touching on very important aspects for cybersecurity. It's very good to see many of our students here, so we hope to keep you until 3:30 for this afternoon session. I'll go with our first distinguished speaker, Professor Omar Rana, a friend of the Cerc conference. He has been with us for 7 years. Quick introduction, Professor Omar Rana is with Cardiff University. He's also a professor of performance engineering and the regional dean for the Middle East at Cardiff University. He's on the strategic advisory board of UKRI International, Research International he has research interest in high performance distributed computing, particularly in cloud and edge computing and intelligent systems. Please join me in welcoming Professor Rana for his talk on intent-driven resource management in distributed systems. And now I learned how to do it, so.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here and after lunch, so please don't sleep on me. So you can scan that code for my LinkedIn profile. I don't carry business cards anymore, so please connect if you're interested in any of this. So, okay, so just to give you a context for this, Cardiff, just to tell you where Cardiff is, we have about 33,000 students from 6,500 staff, and also 30% of our staff are international. We also have a lot of international students, over 130 countries, 160,000 alumni across 180 countries, and so on. I think the most interesting part is that we have about 385 Kuwaiti students in Wales across Cardiff and Swansea, and the number is growing. So we have 200 students currently studying at Cardiff University from Kuwait, about 160 undergraduates, and 40. I hope that some of you will come and increase these numbers. So, okay, so, and just to give you a quick overview, I thought I'd just give you, this is data from SciVal, in where does UK and Kuwait collaborate? So the biggest areas are engineering, medicine, computer science is a part of the picture. So from the year 2015 to 2024, there have been over 2,300 papers co-published between UK and Kuwait. And you can see the number of authors and the field-weighted citations. And also, these are the kind of traditional universities where partnerships have come from. But I know that this will change with Professor Khalid Al-Begain, because the biggest university has been Kuwait University, but things are changing very rapidly across Kuwait. And this is the picture across the rest of the Middle East, just to give you some numbers. This is Scopus data from SciVal. So these are all Scopus index publications. There may be more. Okay, so this is the talk, my focus of my talk. So one of the biggest things that has happened in the last couple of years is work on large language models and agentic AI. So if I look at agentic AI, what does that actually mean? What that means, it means many things to many people. One aspect of agentic AI is that when you write a prompt or you write a set of activities that you want to do in a workflow. You say, I want to do this, I want it followed by this. So I want to, for example, choose a product on a catalog. I then want to look at the price of the catalog, price of the product. I then want to compare the products. I then want to order it. So you perform a workflow in an e-commerce context. The idea of agentic AI is that an agent will do that on your behalf. And the agent will automatically create the prompt, right? So that's the most interesting thing. And these agents will interface with a number of third-party systems. So these agents will have interfaces to HR systems, to other open source systems. and the user can connect to these agents through a voice interface, through a chat interface, through Slack if you're a software developer. And the idea is that agent-to-agent interaction then becomes important. So you tell the agent what you want to do, not how you do it, right? And the cross inter-agent interaction is according to a protocol, the most widely used protocol called MCP, which stands for Model Context Protocol. I'll come to this in a minute. MCP will allow an agent to go and connect to a server, extract data from the server, and then do something with it, right? It's the agent-to-agent, agent-to-server contact. And there's a number of companies that are appearing in this area. So you have LangChain, we have LangGraph, Llama Stack. Llama is from Facebook or Meta. Autogen, BAI, these are all the companies that are beginning to emerge in this area. And so the concept of not having a prompt, but a chain of thought prompting is going to be very important. So you don't just have a one-off interaction with an agent. An agent will have multiple interactions which are driven by this chain of thought prompting idea. So MCP allows dynamic large language models to interact with each other. You can even think of this idea that each of these subdomains will have its own language model. And these language models can coexist to the use of MCP-driven interaction. Okay, so this is a picture. This is a picture from IBM Research from last month, right? This actually comes from Hubertus Frank. He's one of the directors at IBM Research in T.J. Watson, so I had this discussion with him. And so the question is, what can we do with this vision, right? And where is this leading to? And so we've been there before. I worked in multi-agent systems for many years. In the 1990s and 2000s, we have something called Agent Communication Language. We had a number of semantic languages like KQML, the knowledge query and manipulation language. So the idea was that agents would use performatives, like one agent would ask another agent for information, tell something. So there were different messaging systems out there, and there were two standards called FIPA-ACL and FIPA-OS, which were used to support these kind of formal semantics of how these agents could tell. So if I say ask to an agent, what does that mean? How does the server running on the agent deal with that interaction? And so, however, there is a difference. And the difference lies in this, that in the past, right, we were very much focused on limited tool integration with these agents. But the ecosystem of companies who are working in the agentic AI space has suddenly gone up significantly. So the question is that how do we build our next generation systems which are dynamic, allows these plug and play mechanisms to connect into agent systems. They're scalable, they're cloud native, so they're all hosted on some cloud and backend, whether Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure or even your own hosted cloud. So all of this has changed in the last few years. So MCP will be an interesting protocol to watch as we go towards the next generation of the agentic AI models. So I'll take you through one very simple thing that we did with this approach in the work area that I worked in. So for me, the future lies, so when I take an application running on this phone and I try to run it on a cloud platform, right? I do the same thing. I say, take an app on this phone, run it on a backend cloud system, and when you run it on a backend cloud system, a scheduler comes in. A resource manager comes in. So the resource manager says, I want this amount of RAM, I want this amount of disk, I want this amount of physical CPU or GPU infrastructure. So it manages the infrastructure for you, right? So we have a scheduler, we have a resource manager that sits on that cloud platform. So if you have 100 people connected on a mobile phone, it'll do scheduling across the applications that are coming from 100 different people. The question is, can we automate that through use of LLMs, right? So this is what I see as the future of doing this. So what happens is that a user comes in, they use a customized LLM, and so in the future we will not have resource managers and schedulers, but what we will have is we will have LLMs that are configured with predefined libraries and historical data, which are dynamically able to talk to compute and network resources without requiring scheduling and network management, because all of this will be done through the use of chain of thought prompting, right? This is a new perspective on how we would manage our applications on cloud and edge infrastructure by the use of customized LLMs, which are dynamically able to manage third-party computational resources. So just to give you an example of this, so if I just give you an example of this. So this is one paper. I'll just walk you through this. This picture is pretty loaded. So let me just talk you. When a user comes in and you want to watch a video on your phone, or you want to watch a video in your car, or you want to do something which requires a certain latency target. You want to say that I want to stream this video at this kind of bit rate, and I want this kind of latency. So what will happen in the future is you don't say latency, you don't say throughput, you don't say, but you identify an intent. A user comes in, and the user defines an intent in natural language. They say, I want to minimize the latency of this video stream, but I don't know how you will do it. The schedulers, the resource managers are no longer involved. The LLMs, the large language models, will automatically take that user request and orchestrate the back-end computational resources to help you achieve that target. So this is one example, right? So what happens is that we have a compute cluster which is running a particular type of software called Kubernetes. Kubernetes has a number of pods. It has an edge cloud server, and it has a bunch of network nodes. You have a knowledge decision maker, which is running an LLM. And we have a scaling manager. What the scaling manager can do is you can increase the size of your cluster. You can add more capacity to your cluster. You can do horizontal scaling, vertical scaling. This is all referred to as management and orchestration module, referred to as MANO in the network context. So what happens here is the user runs an application for the first time. When I run the video sequence for the first time, I do it once. But once I've run the video sequence, I start collecting the monitoring data. When I have this monitoring data and the network data, I use that to feed the LLM, right? So what you do is the first stage, the step one process, is you construct your data archive by running some benchmarks. Once you have the benchmarks, you start feeding that benchmark into an LLM, and then you prompt the LLM to tell you how to configure your network or how to configure your system. So prompting the LLM and response for LLMs is then used to automatically configure your system. So it's basically LLM-driven configuration, but driven through monitoring information, right? So now the user doesn't need to know whether they need 5 machines or 20 machines, right? The LLM's outcome, and if you're able to do it fast enough, right, this will automatically change the way we do resource management in the future. So this is a paper. It's called Intent Continuum, using LLMs to support intent-based computing across the compute continuum. And it uses the LLM as a bridge to gap the user goal and the way you would manage systems in the future. So you have this thing that you see here on one side. You would have, so everything you see here are customized LLMs, which are all working together to be able to achieve that user target. Okay, so this could be a very interesting future direction of how large language models meets resource management. So you have an LLM outcome, you have an actuation or action. And so these are some examples of experiments that are run using this kind of approach. So this uses Kubernetes, if you're familiar with Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a very popular resource manager used for virtualization in container frameworks. So what happens here is that you can see that the intent continuum is trying to minimize response time. And this is the autoscaler, the way you increase the size of your pool, which is built into Kubernetes. So in some cases, right, Kubernetes can do better when it tries to improve on, so here the response time goes up because you try to scale up to a very large pool. But here, in most instances, you're getting the LLM to automatically stay within this minimum and maximum bound, right? By doing it in an automated chain of thought prompting approach, right? So the intent continuum provides a balance between intent satisfaction of the user and the way that resource management works within Kubernetes under varying traffic workloads, right? So this is one example. And here's another one. Here's what we do is, in this case, we scale out. That means we increase the capacity of the node. Here we increase the number of machines which are part of the pool. And in the future, right, the way that we would manage our data centers, our edge resources, will be metrics like intent satisfaction, which is what the user wants, versus the number of violations that you observe as you increase the number of workers which are part of your pool. So here you can see again that the intent satisfaction metric is used as a way to change the number of machines in the workload pool dynamically. Okay, so that's where I see the future going, right? It's LLM-driven resource management. And so microservices really provide a way that you can take an application, you can take a large application, you can decompose it into these services that can all be combined together. So microservices, so the question is that when I combine microservices, it opens up a number of challenges. So how do I configure these services to work with each other? How do I make them secure, so security enforcement, performance optimization, error detection when things go wrong. Interestingly, a lot of research has been done in the last 10 to 15 years in doing this using a number of different algorithms. But bringing in LLMs into the story could be a very interesting way where those algorithms can be dynamically invoked but through the use of these large language models. So manual configuration can lead to lots of incorrectly configured services, operational disruption, and so on. And traditionally, orchestration tools struggle with when you change the workload, when you say, I have 10, if I have 100 users versus 10 users, the system takes a long time to adapt. But by using this kind of more automated approach, we are able to achieve a much more faster way to handle these kind of variations and demand on these microservices. So large language models have the potential to transform the way we would use our cloud data centers and our edge resources in the future by providing more context-aware, intelligent solutions for complex decision-making, including security. And I'll come to this. So this is where the debate arises. This is where the most interesting research is how do we take use of LLMs in a very limited context, right? This is not like large foundation models like GPT or BERT, or these are very specific small language models, if I may call them, but which have been tuned on very specific data sets. But how do I inject security into this kind of LLM framework? And so this concept of LLM-driven tuning performs a transforming way to orchestrate and improve automated decision-making and optimization. They simplify the way we do monitoring and use of microservices through this LLM-driven log analysis. We can continuously adapt and reconfigure our resources based on the way that LLMs are used, and LLMs will enhance fault tolerance by looking at patterns of faults. So if certain machines fail a lot, then LLMs can learn from the monitoring data on how to detect those kinds of things in the future. So it provides this mechanism for automating recovery strategies for machines. Of course, you can do LLMs for other things also, like use energy savings and so on. So this provides a very, very interesting way in terms of doing automated management. So LLM security challenges that occur in this space, right, are crucial for going forward. So this is where I think that a very interesting research could take place for utilizing the large language models in this way. So prompt injection is a classic example, right? What happens if the scheduler or the user is doing prompts that are subverting the core of the system, adversarial manipulation and data leaks that are arising from these LLMs still remain very, very important challenges, right? Even in this very limited use of LLMs. So local LLMs enhance security in the sense that we're not using large language models which have been trained on very large data sets. So here the idea is to use more specific focused LLMs while using an API-based solution that limits the amount of data that you have exposure to. And we can do adaptive security measures, right, to do this dynamic orchestration on these LLMs. And I'll just skip this part in time. This is a system we built working with some colleagues from Taiwan, which is the implementation of everything I've said, right? So don't ask me why they called it Lemon. They've called it Lemon. Lemon is a system that takes the user's intent. So we have a number of machines that are part of the node cluster. These are monitored node clusters. A user comes in, they use a chat interface to identify an intent. That intent request is then run through an LLM query server that runs on a prompt preprocessor and a localized LLM. And this localized LLM utilizes data that comes in from this microcluster using a particular type of AI technique called Prometheus. Prometheus is a software stack that can take data from these resources, and it can look for certain metrics in the data that aligns with the use of the prompts in the LLM. This generates a vector database. The database then talks to the prompt processor, and this is then used to identify how these user intent can be satisfied. So the classified intent gets sent to the prompt preprocessor, which is over here. It collects data from the data aggregator, which sits over here. And then it looks for similarities, very much like we do when we try to do, so when you take a prompt and the next sequence of tokens that are generated, it works in very similar ways, but doing a probabilistic model that utilizes more focused data that has been collected from your cluster. So user issues prompts to access resource management information, and prompts can also be auto-generated by other components like other agents in the system. And we have a portal. If you're interested, we'd be happy for students here to play with this. This is the portal, so you can interact with it. So it tells, I have 3 versions of Kubernetes running. I have deployment of an application across different namespaces. Each of these applications uses a certain amount of CPU cores and memory, which is over here. And you can ask it questions, right? It says, what is the CPU utilization of nodes? Show me pods with the highest memory usage. Which node has the highest resource consumption? And you can divide your prompts into these subcategories. You know, prompts with the highest memory usage and the most active container for this type of workload, right? So it'll try to take your prompt and then match existing prompts or existing things that have run on that cluster before. So it's a user-issued prompt-based natural language for managing computational resources. Okay, and these are some of the answers that you would get. So you would say, this is the most highly contested data center in my cluster. This is the percentage CPU contention that I see. This node has an overall utilization of this. And these are and by using this type of data, you would then schedule your applications to prevent interference with what is already running on your cluster, right? So I see the future is really about targeted special purpose LLMs, which don't give you a lot of hallucinatory outputs, but then validated through real-time data that is generated from prior executions of applications on your cluster. And if we couple those together, right, we could change the way we do resource management and orchestration, the way we manage our applications on these machines in the future. Great, thank you.
So we'll open the room for questions. We have Dr. Naji, Professor Khalid, and then Dr. Naji.
I always start asking, so just to give others some time to think about the questions. These are localized LLMs, and what you showed is the prompt, they are specific questions. Would this system allow any kind of question, or they are limited to this predefined set of questions? So
no,
would it ask as I know it's local, it's about local information but would it has a kind of generative kind of concept that interpret any kind of questions?
Yeah, so that's where I started with the agentic AI model. So you can have an agent that acts as a prompt generator, and through the use of chain-of-thought prompting, so the agent will say, optimize this workload cluster with this intent. And then what it happens, it runs it on the cluster, collects monitoring data to see what actually happened, and it uses that to create the next set of prompts. So the idea is that we don't just have LLMs which are managing the architecture, but through the use of this agentic interaction, we can also have agents that are generating the prompts. Yeah, so this is the idea. So it's a concept of user-driven prompts to achieve the chain of thought prompting, and then using prompt engineering to do resource management.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for this presentation. I just have one question regarding, from your experience and point of view, what do you think to build my own agents? Is to use a local large language model, or we use local MLM? I mean, a small language model. What do you think is better?
Yeah, so the benefit of a local language, so basically there are two approaches, right? One is you can take a foundation model. So I think one of the biggest things that has happened in recent years is that people have started launching their foundation models on repository like Hugging Face and equivalent. So one thing would be to start with a foundation model that is in your domain. Use a domain-specific foundation model, and then test it against the prompts that you have. But what we're doing here, and the second type of approach that is the community is adopting, is a use of this retrieval augmented generation, or RAG type approaches, where you have a document library, and then you build a language model based on the contents of the document library. So what we're doing here is we are trying to combine a little bit of these by having the performance data that you collect, which is annotated, like a RAG model. Because it's a way to construct your outcomes based on the data that a cluster has seen before. And if you have enough instances of these, and as Professor Khalid mentioned, you can have an agent that generates prompts dynamically to see how this cluster would perform, and then use that as a basis to drive the next model. Yeah. Yeah, so in the paper, we've talked about it. So we have, I don't know the number, I can send you the paper that was, yeah. Yeah, so we've compared it with a model called QVen. QVen is a foundation model you can download from. And what we wanted to see was whether we could take this model and actually put it on an edge device. So the edge device becomes the orchestrator. So Quen is a model that we compared it in. In the paper that was on arXiv, it has model size, a latency of prompt generation, and we look at the percentage satisfaction on intent. So those are the metrics we're using, yeah.
Two more from. Hello. Thank you for the fruitful presentation. I have a question about the iCloud. We've been using iCloud since many years, and we used to put private business, private data. And now with the presence of AI and lots of scammers, how much is safe the iCloud?
I think that I honestly do not know the answer to that question. I think that if you talk to Apple, they will say iCloud is the safest thing on the planet. But I think anytime you push your data out to somebody, there will be an issue. And I'll just leave it there.
Because we know that Apple is the most safest software regarding PC.
Yeah, I think that the wonderful talks that were presented this morning is that you can have the safest technology, but a dumb user. So, I remember this advert that we had once upon a time, going back to your talk, is that it said, you had a computer and it said Intel inside. Intel inside meant that, it's a very, very powerful machine. So somebody who worked for human factors in my group said, we have Intel inside and fool outside. So I think it's the same. You can have a very, very complex technology, but you can have users who just take it for granted. I think cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. We shouldn't leave it to companies to do everything for us. We have to be part of that picture. And Lynn can tell you more. Yeah.
Yeah, one last.
Okay, all right, thank you. So if we take this idea, we can do the same for instance, network configuration. We can do the same for software libraries. We can link software libraries. We can find deprecation. We can do all sorts. So speaking of chain of thought, what is your idea with respect to where does it stop? Does it ever stop, or would LLMs, small, local, or otherwise, take over anything that is basically configuration based?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of mileage, taking your idea, is that we could utilize limited LLMs to dynamically generate configurations. So if I take a network configuration, suppose I have a network, I have a software-defined network, I want to set the configuration of an SDN switch, or I have even a cloud system where I want to say how many VMs, size of VMs, type of VMs I want. Those are all configuration options which can be dynamically generated in that very specific context. So I think that there is a potential for having LLMs embedded into the network at particular locations where they can help you do dynamic configuration. And so I can think of it like if I think of the computing continuum, I just have one slide, one picture. I won't take long, I promise. So if I take this picture, I didn't have a chance to go through this. But this picture, so we have edge devices at the bottom, we have fog or network nodes in the middle, and we have a cloud at the top. We see this as an orchestration mechanism that can be using autonomic mechanisms that utilize LLMs. And I think this is where really interesting stuff will happen. We have sub-use of LLMs at different parts of this continuum. And the question is, how do we create these LLMs to be precise, satisfy intent, and be small in size so that it doesn't grow beyond the size of the work you're trying to handle? And I think those are the challenges. Yeah. Happy to have a discussion, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Professor Rana.
Thanks.
So I'll invite Professor Khalid. Please remain on stage, if you can remain on stage. Professor Khalid.
Oh, I've got.
Already got one, so thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so we'll go with our next speaker. Professor Karsten Mappel is from the University of Warwick. He is joining us online. So I'll introduce our speaker and then we can have the recording. So we'll play the recording and he'll be available online with us on Zoom for Q&A, okay? So Professor Karsten is the director of the NCSC, National Center of Cybersecurity, Academic Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity Research and Professor of Cyber Systems Engineering at the University of Warwick. He is also Director of Research Innovation at Edge AI, it's the National Edge Artificial Intelligence Hub, and is also a fellow of the Alan Turing Institute, where he is a principal investigator of almost $10 million project developing trustworthy digital infrastructure, and was a co-PI at the Petras National Center of Excellence for IoT Systems Cybersecurity. Please join me in welcoming Professor Karsten.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by saying it's my great pleasure to be able to address you today, and by adding that I'm really sorry that I can't be with you today. I was supposed to have flown to Kuwait, but unfortunately personal matters got in the way and I won't be able to be there. I do know from the speakers that I've seen and the people that I know that are attending that it is going to be a fantastic meeting, and I do hope to see you at some other event in the future. So today I'm going to talk to you about designing and deploying trustworthy digital infrastructure. By way of introduction, my name is Karsten Maple. I'm a director of the NCSC EPSRC Academic Centre of Excellence in Cybersecurity Research at the University of Warwick. I'm also a professor and a fellow at the Alan Turing Institute. That's the National Institute for Data Science and AI in the UK. And I am the Director for Research and Innovation at the National Hub for Edge Artificial Intelligence in the UK, led out of Newcastle University. And one of my good colleagues is with you today, Professor Omar Rana from Cardiff University, who's also part of that hub. So, I must first start with some acknowledgements. So, the work I'm going to talk about today is about the Trustworthy Digital Infrastructure for Identity Systems project. That is funded by what was the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is now the Gates Foundation. The program has been running for 6 years so far. It's a 7-year program and is funded to the value of $9 million. Of course, as in any program, especially one as large as this is, I can't do it all on my own, so I should acknowledge two people principally. One is Professor John Crowcroft, who is the Marconi Professor of Communication Systems at the University of Cambridge and is also a colleague at the Alan Turing Institute. He is the co-principal investigator on this project. And Dr. Mark Hooper, who is the Technical Development Manager of the program, based at the Alan Turing Institute. And as well as that, there's a whole team of talented researchers at the Turing and at Warwick, and there are too many to mention over the 6 years and still currently with us. So let me start about talking about this infrastructure that is mentioned in the title of my talk. So I'm going to be talking about something that you may have heard about, and if you haven't, you'll increasingly hear about this term, and that term is digital public infrastructure. Digital public infrastructure is really becoming a key term, and it's really the way that governments can communicate with its citizens and residents. It's a way that we can offer services. So much in the way that we have physical public infrastructure, so that might be roads, for example, in a country or a state, we can also have digital public infrastructure. So digital public infrastructure, and I should thank the Digital Public Infrastructure Alliance for this diagram. Digital public infrastructure is a stack of a stack system that actually has multiple layers. Unfortunately, the way that it's recording now, you cannot see the bottom layer of this, which is identity. So at the bottom we have identity. On top of that identity we have a data layer, and then we have a payments layer, and on top of that sits all sorts of use cases that we can draw upon using this stack. So I use the term stack. Some of you in computer science and cybersecurity will already know that term. But one of the reasons is a lot of the inspiration for work in digital public infrastructure comes from the example in India. So those working in digital public infrastructure will have heard of the Indian stack. And that is basically has the foundation of its national digital identity system, so Aadhaar, in case you haven't heard of it. And then all of these layers on top, including UPI, which is a payments system that has enabled the significant number of Indian residents that were not previously banked to be banked. So Aadhaar currently has around 1.3 billion people registered with it, and it is the foundation of this digital public infrastructure. And today I'll be talking about how we make that digital public infrastructure trustworthy and trusted. So digital identity has got a real power to be transformational, and I just mentioned India. In recent years, we have had global events such as the pandemic, and the role that Aadhaar played in providing financial and medical assistance was absolutely significant in India. We recognise that digital identity can really help drive economies forward and offer social good. And it's being developed in lots of countries. Most surprisingly, we're seeing that in the UK, that there is a push to introduce a national digital identity system. It was last tried in the UK back in 2010. But what happened is that the coalition quickly repealed the bill that meant there was no digital identity in the UK. And we've tried previous times since the war, but this time it looks like we are going to be introducing a digital identity, but not for the reason, or not for the reported reason, that digital identity can be empowering, which is to create economic growth. So this statistic you can see in the graphic on the right is from McKinsey back in 2019, so it's not a new graphic, but talking about how much economic value digital identity could create. Now what we'll see is some of the smaller values are in the UK and the US, but in developing nation that can be significant value. And the figure that you see, the figures that you see here with an average of 6% looks a pretty good estimate, given that ADHAR's impact has recently been shown to be between 2.5 and 4.3% of annual GDP. However, as I mentioned, digital identity is contentious. There's concerns about people being mass surveilled by governments, and of course governments are very often transitive. They change over time. They may change rapidly. There may be military coups or foreign states that overtake governments. So digital identity, while being very powerful, is also a concern if it's in the wrong hands. So we need to think with digital identity, what are the best governance frameworks? How can we ensure that we protect the most vulnerable in society? Digital identity offers the most to those that are marginalized in society, but they're the very people that we need to protect as much as we can. So there are many challenges around identity, and here we see just some of those challenges. So again, a recent case that my face is covering is about where cyber criminals have managed to gain access to social security systems, and millions of digital identities are breached. We see that there's been problems in Uganda with biometric identity systems being breached, China having being criticised for its privacy concerns, as I mentioned, about mass surveillance, India using facial recognition, which is supposed to deliver social good, the Indian police being criticised for allegedly using facial recognition at a rally, and then determining that those that were identified would be in some way penalised for some future issue. So the problem here is not that using facial recognition, using camera systems to identify people is a bad thing, but it's about the use of the Indian digital identity system that was heavily criticised. So it's about this mission drift in terms of what a digital identity system should be used for. So these are some of the key areas. You can see Pakistan and Italy also being mentioned here as having some challenges. Of course, it's not only that. A very interesting case a number of years ago where a German art activist used a passport to gain a passport, a proper official German passport, but the image that was used was actually a composite of the activist and another person, So it was what we call face morphing. And the problem with this is if you do this in practice, that both people that have been used to make that composite image can both be identified. So that means that no longer is a digital ID unique, which is one of the founding principles that are required, but two people could pass off using the same identity. This has led to subsequent changes in Germany, specifically around the way that images are captured, and now one must go in person to have the photograph taken for any future passport. So, as I mentioned, for digital identity, we need to ensure trustworthiness. The incentives to misuse the system are huge, and there are evolving risks taking place. One thing I did want to say is that it's really important that we talk about trustworthiness rather than trusted. Unfortunately, people will trust systems that they shouldn't, and trust people that they shouldn't. That's why scams are so rife in the world. The aim of this project is to create trustworthiness rather than specifically trusted systems, because a trusted system could be about fooling the end user or in any intended audience. So I'd just like to touch on this trust versus trustworthiness. So this is some work from a friend of mine, Kieran O'Hara, down at Southampton, and he wrote a book called A General Definition of Trust, and he talks about trust being an attitude that one takes to the trustworthiness of another, and therefore the other has trustworthiness. So a trustworthy system is similar. So a system B is trustworthy with respect to A in some kind of domain, so some circumstance, which tells you that this is context dependent, if and only if they are competent with respect to that domain, and that takes the fact that A is counting on them, were A to do so in this domain. So this is a definition from an article in the Ethics Journal from quite a while ago, but still reasonably recent. But essentially what it says is that trustworthiness is context dependent, and trustworthiness means about the claims about a specific system that mean that it is worthy of the trust of another entity, in this case A. So our program has a range of different pillars of work, and one of the key things that we've looked at is this concept of trustworthiness. So trustworthiness has been defined variously in the literature, but for us we use 6 different facets of trustworthiness, and this framework is available, so it's available from the Turing website and others. And the 6 pillars are security, ethics, privacy, robustness, reliability, and resilient. So security is ensuring that the system is, as it says, secure, so it's confidential, it's got integrity and availability. The ethics is about it being fair, for example, about it being transparent and explainable. Privacy means that it maintains the minimum amount of information so that services can be delivered. But these 3 terms of robustness, reliability, and resilience I'd just like to talk to a little. Reliability is essentially that when you get one result from the system, it should be repeatable, it should be consistent, so that we can rely on it to have that kind of consistency that we've tested, that it will repeat that kind of behaviour. Robust means that if it's given different information, it will act in a way that is expected. So it may not have seen that kind of input before, but one can rely on the expected outcomes. That means that it's robust. And resilient is that if it is compromised, so the security is compromised, that it can withstand and maybe adapt to still offer the service that was intended. So in the project, we've, over 6 years, written over 90 academic and technical papers, a number of prototype code bases, and we've created implementations of an identity system, in this case, the modular open source identity platform, MOSIP. I'm now going to talk very briefly, just a few minutes on each, on 3 of our key pieces of work. The first of these is the Digital Identity System Trustworthiness Assessment Tool. So this is a comprehensive framework that helps us assure the levels of trustworthiness in an identity system. And we consider the system components, the information flows, the physical and logical processes, as well as the underlying information system. So this tool, which we call Distaff, is currently being used. So it's being used by the Ethiopian governments and the Sri Lankan governments. It's been reviewed by various members of the World Bank, an organisation called ID for Africa, which is a collection of, sponsored by a collection of bodies, but really ensures that this empowerment of identity, which of course is a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, 16.9, that everybody has the right to a legal identity. ID for Africa is trying to ensure that in the continent of Africa. So they've reviewed this work, and also members of the ADHA team, so the Identity Authority of India, the Unique Identity Authority of India, UIDAI, have reviewed it. So we've created this tool. It's based upon best practice standards and guidance. So we've created 381 different metrics drawn upon these standards and best practice. So for each metric, we have identified the relevant standard or best practice and given a description of what that is. So you can see there some of the different best practices, so NIST guidance, ISO standards that you can see there, and frameworks such as MITRE's framework. We looked at 36 technical reports, 24 standards, 18 guidelines, and a whole host of high-quality peer-reviewed articles to develop this tool. And what happens is the idea is that this tool can be used by governments to assess their trustworthiness of their system. The idea is not that we create some ranking league table. The idea rather is that people can see where their own position is. And to help them with that, we have this visualization. So you can see here for this system under test how private, secure, resilient, etc. this system is. There are 2 elements. One is the design element. So the design element might be how many failed login attempts you're allowed, for example. The operational element, on the other hand, would be something around system availability, for example. So we have, by drawing information from the system logs for the operations, or from drawing information from the system design documents, we can compose this measurement of how trustworthy a system is. The second area I'd like to talk about is fairness. And for that, I'd like to talk about this example of how we engage with our digital identity systems. Now, to do that, what we need to do is we need to give a biometric presentation. So what we do is, maybe if you've used your phone, it might have facial recognition, and it might be similar at some airports, for example, that you've used. It may be that you use fingerprint recognition. In fact, that has been recently introduced for people from the UK travelling to Europe. But we've got diverse demographics, and one of the things that we've seen in recent years that sometimes the samples that these models are built upon are not as diverse as the populations they should serve. So this is some work that shows how unfair facial recognition can be. So down in the bottom right-hand corner of this graphic, you'll see something that doesn't have much red. It's fairly uniform, and that is iris-based recognition, which tends not to have problems in identifying certain types of people. Whereas the one next to it in the middle on the lower row has got quite a bit of red, and the one above have. And these are around different algorithms for face matching, where you can see some red areas of concentration. And they are basically saying that if you are a black female in both of these algorithms, you are more likely to be misidentified, and that is unfair, right? So what we want to do is we want to say, can we get better performance across any facial type? So how do we achieve some of these goals to overcome challenges around diverse demographics? So what we do is we have worked on generating synthetic faces. If we can do this, where there were imbalances, where there were only a small number of samples in a data set, we can create further samples. And that's what we've been doing. We've been doing synthetic data generation, which helps protect the privacy of people. So it means we can release data sets without releasing data sets of real people. So it can help by creating this synthetic data to help the security and fraud prevention of these systems, and it can also reduce the cost of image acquisition for training purposes. So one thing is, one of the biggest data sets that's used is the VGG Phase 2 data set. And you can see here, that the number of white people is significantly more than blacks or Asians. So the population of blacks and Asians is more than 10 times in terms of male of white rather than Asian. So this is an unbalanced data set. So you wouldn't expect anything trained on this data set to do very well in identifying Asian people. And here we see exactly that. You know, the identification rate of these two base systems, so anything trained on FaceNet or anything with ResNet, you can see that the performance of Asian is much lower than white males. And that's a problem that we want to address. So we want to mitigate this bias. And what we have done is we have actually, if you look at those figures for FaceNet, using a data set that we've created of 9 million face images, we have now much more rebalanced. It's still a problem. This is only ongoing work. But what we can see is the gap between Asian females and white males has come down significantly. And that's what we're trying to improve. This is about some basic training. So we're using open source data here, but you can, of course, use closed source data sets. and should see similar performance gains. I'm going to talk for just 1 minute or two on data sharing across the stack. If we've got this digital public infrastructure, it's important that we can share information, and we are looking at ways that are what we call privacy enhancing. So this is drawing upon work that John and I are part of a working group at the Royal Society in the UK working on privacy enhancing technologies. And here are two reports that have been released over recent years. So there are many different types of privacy enhancing technologies. Some of these you will have heard of. All of these we have done some work on in recent years within the project. But it is important to say that privacy enhancing technologies are one of the most fundamental ones identified as an established privacy enhancing technology by the Information Commissioner's Office in the UK is anonymisation. These techniques are not without challenge. We have seen that people have managed to re-identify health records. There's the famous case of the Netflix person where people were re-identified by having these linkage attacks between Netflix data and, in this case, IMDb data. So, while we've got these established techniques, there are emerging techniques that we're working in, and you can check out some of the work from me and the team on Archive. But we've done work in differential privacy, which means that it gives a provable guarantee that the influence of one individual in a data set that's released cannot be distinguished, whether that person was in or not that data set or what that information was. We also have techniques such as homomorphic encryption. This will be the future where we actually do computation on encrypted data rather than data in the plane. And using some of these techniques, we've done some work recently on secure and private fuzzy name matching. And this is important across that stack because what we're looking at is how can we match people where the names are not quite recorded the same way in both data sets. So this is the fuzzy part, not quite recorded the same. The private part is that we use some homomorphic encryption. So we actually do the matching in what we call the encrypted domain. This relies on something that some of you will have heard of, locality sensitive hashing. That is the basic technique that underpins the reverse image search that you might have used in some browsers or other pieces of software, which basically says it's not really a hash at all. It says that the value, this hash value, is invariant to certain transformations. And in our case, the transformation might be the addition of a middle name or a misspelling of a name. So we have a whole pipeline that we've developed. We have worked with international banks on this. So we work with HSBC on this work. The work is available, as I say, on Archive. And HSBC are looking to patent this work. So there's a full pipeline about how we have an encrypted data set from the querier, and we have an encrypted data set, we have a responder with its data that's in the plane, and it will return privately, oblivious to the responder, information about whether there is a match to the querier. The results seem very positive. We can do these matches not in real time, but in certainly adequate time. As I said, there's some details on the results here, which I don't have time to go into today. But that's the end of my presentation. It's been a pleasure to speak to you today. I will be joining you online so that you can ask any questions now. So thank you.
Actually, we have Professor Karsten online with us. Professor Karsten, if you want to give a live word while waiting for questions, if we have any question.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm really sorry, as I said at the start of the presentation, that I can't be there. I do hope to be there next year. It's just unfortunate I couldn't be there this year. And if there's any questions, I can answer them now, but I understand we're slightly running over time. I think also you should have my email address should you wish to reach out afterwards with any questions, but I'm ready to take some if there are any.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We hope to have you at the 8th edition in person with us. Thank you so much for your talk. So we'll go with our last talk of today. We have Professor Raj Rajaranan. He's a Professor of Security Engineering at the City St. George's University of London. That's where he got his B.Eng and also PhD from the same university. And he's also serving there as the director of the Institute of Cybersecurity. So his research interests include intrusion systems, IoT systems, also privacy-preserving data management, and also post-quantum cryptography. Please join me in welcoming Professor Raj to the stage.
Thank you. So I think already I've lost everybody. So I'm going to be as quick as possible so that you can all go home to keep to their deadlines or the time that we allocated till 3:30. So I think as you already heard, I'm going to start moving around, and you may not hear, but I'm normally loud anyway. So the presentation is around trying to show you that you listened to Maple Karsten, my colleague, around digital ID, and I'm going to talk about, I'm going to be moving so much. As my kids say, I can't stay in one place. So yeah, so my talk is going to give a bit more flavor about how do we kind of identify devices. So I see in the Kuwait since 2020, you have the digital ID, and as you heard from Karsten, that UK is still trying to debate whether to have, and the public is against, because I posted something last week around why UK should do and not lose out on the digital ID compared to the rest of the world. And then somebody asked, Raj, are you really creating a surveillance society? Why should we all carry a digital ID? So politically, it's been just a struggle for the UK. But as I see through the digital transformation, through the new Kuwait 2035, one of the things is you need to do digital trade, and you need to have trustworthy systems, and you need to somehow build these identity models. So I'm going to talk about, instead of humans, how do we do identity with devices? And this is a work that is done with the British Telecom in the UK. And I also have one of my PhD students here, Dawood. He's working with Kuwait International Bank, is that right? KIB. He's looking at some of the API security, trying to bring all the buzzwords, agentic AI, LLM, and I keep shouting at him, I still don't believe it. So please talk to him and see how horrible I am as a supervisor. So as Professor Rana mentioned, he comes from Cardiff, and he has a lot of students, but I'm also promoting the university. I'm from London, so we are much more nicer than the rest of the UK. And we are part of the University of London, and we have the Lord Mayor, or this is the first year we have the Lady Mayor as the Chancellor. So I kind of lead the cybersecurity. Over the years, it's become an interdisciplinary center. So we do a lot of work with the business school, with the social sciences, and I was told that there are enough people doing technical stuff, do something different. So I work with criminologists who did some of the work with the age verification for the Online Safety Act in the UK. We work with some of the safeguarding teams. So it's much of an interdisciplinary team. I also, as I mentioned, we have this Cyber London, which I founded last year, where we focus a lot, and it's endorsed by the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. So we tend to do quite a bit of stuff around different aspects of cyber, decentralized internet, looking at post-quantum cryptography. So I'm trying to set up now a post-quantum cryptography implementation hub as a think tank within London, so that we can kind of share knowledge across international partners, because some of them have different implementation, and we think that things have to be done differently in the quantum space when we start implementing some of the new standardized algorithms. So Cyber London is trying to take the lead as a London cluster for cybersecurity. So I need to go fast, but I'll go because you heard already about the identity, the different forms of identity, and the different types of systems. And then I'll talk about this continuous device-to-device authentication. We spoke in the panel about Internet of Things devices, and how do you really authenticate these different devices, and then you can continuously do secure transactions. So I think we all know when the internet was actually formed that you need to create anonymous transactions. But I think over the years we realized that we have to make transactions which can be identified. Devices can be identified. You might have heard the terminologies like zero trust. How do you trust the environments you are doing some transaction with? And then you have these different IoT devices like your Alexa, your smart plug, your smart TV, and you might have heard your kettle is listening, your TV. You heard this morning from Lynn that the smart TV display might be connected to China or Russia, and you want to make sure they are not collecting the data behind your back. So the idea is to really identify how these things can be really detected and identified. So there are, if you look at it, it's nearly 20 years old by Kim Cameron on the 7 laws of identity. And it's very interesting to see, if you look at the General Data Protection Regulation, if you look at the law 6063, which came in Kuwait in 2024, data protection, they mention all these things, but it took us 20 years to come to how do you make these things, having user control, because we are going into the decentralized internet, and users should be able to control this data. And as you see, there is always, we spoke in the panel, we spoke in the morning as well, the human integration. I think whether LLM will change, AI will transform, I think we'll still see the human integration will become part of anything we do in this space. So different models you might have come across in the identity space, where there was this centralized identity model, federated identity, user-centric, and the decentralized identity. So I have a project called Trust Chain, which is an 8 million project, which we mentor around 70 companies across the European Union. They're all in terms of innovation, in terms of using the decentralized identity. How do you empower citizens that they become part of? So the European Commission has something called EIDAS-2, which is the identity framework. They want all the European countries to implement the EIDAS-2 framework so that you can have digital wallets, and I'm sure Kuwait will have digital wallets very soon. So the UK is trying to implement. So next week with Bank of England, we are trying to now identify a DLT infrastructure for having Bitcoin or digital pound, how people can carry our pound as digital currency in our wallets. And you see some of the African countries and also other parts of the world are doing very well in terms of central bank digital currencies. But the UK has not moved as fast as I thought. So this morning you heard from Lynn about the challenges with passwords and usernames. We continue to use the same passwords. We continue to recycle. We continue to use the names we use. So that continues to be a challenge in terms of having something that is robust, because people seem to reuse and people seem to use simple passwords, although there are a lot of password policies. So what we are trying to propose here is doing continuous authentication. So in the device-to-device authentication, what we are trying to do is, instead of having static authentication done once, we are trying to look at a baseline of hardware devices, and we are trying to fingerprint those hardware features, and then we are trying to continuously authenticate these devices based on whether it is a high risk, medium risk, or low risk. Yeah, so we can actually define the time at which we need to continue to find these features to re-authenticate those devices. So it's not easy as I make it here. This is part of 2 PhD students with British Telecom at this moment. To do the continuous authentication, you need to have robustness, scalability. You need to have a lot of stability and distinctness, because many of these devices, they are prone to many environmental effects, temperature. So you need to make sure you really do this over and over again to get repeatability, and then try to define good tolerances so you can use it in future continuous authentication. So these are some of the, I don't know how much you can see. So we made this taxonomy of different features. So we classified as intrinsic, operational, network features, and behavior features. So if you see, for example, electrical characteristic, magnetic, optical, thermal, chemical, then going on to operational in terms of heat dissipation and glitches, noise analysis, then using the network features like packet timing, signal stability, and then also looking at some of the behavior. So we are trying to see which kind of these different parameters from the devices we can extract, and also from the network and the behavior. And I think time to come, the idea is to combine the device authentication to what you heard from Carsten, the user identity. So we want to combine the user with the device so that you can continuously authenticate in a zero trust environment. So I'm not going to read all these, but some of these static protocols like PKI or this PSK and CHAP, these are kind of used only for once. We want to find a way to continuously authenticate so that you can kind of address some of these challenges we see today. Yeah. So we want to do first the conditional monitoring. These are the different phases. And once we do the conditional monitoring, we want to achieve the stability of these features that we are trying to extract. Then we want to fingerprint them. So the idea is we want to have a baseline feature values for each of these characteristics we try to extract. And then we want to continue to authenticate these features based on different risk factors. Yeah, we want to calculate the risk, and based on the risk, then we will define how often we want to authenticate these devices. So that's the system that we built for BT. It's around 41 devices, so we have mimicked many devices, including your kettles, everything you would think as a smart device in your home. And then we tried to kind of do all this pretty boring stuff, extracting features, data processing, data generation, fingerprinting, authentication, and response. And this data set will be the first data set that will be available for researchers to use. So if any of you want to really tap into doing some real work, one of the challenges doing 25 years of intrusion detection research was we still used DARPA data set, which is 90s. Yeah? And that kind of created a lot of frustration, how to create real data sets. Even Dawood would say, he come from a banking environment. I asked him, can you do something real? And he can't get access to real data. So it's really frustrating when we see fundamental research and we want to help the companies, we don't get access to data. And this is where we made sure as I grow older, we create this test bed, we have total control, we'll create these features, and we will get this data set, and we will really publish it so that researchers can make use of this data going forward. So as I said, the current, most of the research, if you see, in terms of fingerprinting is based around the CSI, which is the channel state information. So CSI gives you the, all the signal characteristics, but there's a lot of difficulty in the Wi-Fi channels because of the environment and noise and mobility. And most of these are devices that are mobile, so you have to really somehow try to make sure that when they are mobile, you kind of preserve these features that you extracted without really changing quite a lot. So we are trying to create, as I said, there is no dynamic trust scoring, so we are trying to come up with a quantitative way of trust metric that will be, evolves with the device behavior, a bit like a car speedometer. You change the risk value of these devices. So what we are using in terms of fingerprinting is we are trying to use the crystal oscillator impurities, because you know most of these devices have a crystal oscillator, and we are kind of trying to extract the features from the GPUs while we keep the CPU static. So we kind of trying to run certain tasks on the CPUs within these devices, and we are trying to measure the different features and see how we can extract some of these fingerprinting features, and then we can use in this model to dynamically authenticate these IoT devices. So I'm not going to keep going around rattling on these things. That's again showing how we extract this data, features, and then build our data sets. And that's the different stages we go through. As you will know, those who are on the machine learning, we applied different classification models. And obviously, as you would always do, which I hate, but this is what students love doing, is playing around with some data. Then I ask people like Daud, what's the difference between 99.8 and 99.6? And they say, I have no answer, professor. So that's the interesting bit. But at least what it shows is that there are certain ways, certain features you can extract, and you can actually detect these devices to authenticate themselves continuously. Then we define some kind of, limits in which we said whether they are high risk, medium risk, or low risk. As you can see, for the device risk factor, we said if it's greater than 80%, it's a low risk. If it's in between 60 to 80%, we said it is a medium risk. If the device risk factor is, less than 50%, we said it's an unauthorized device, because in a zero trust environment, we need to, if you want to continue to authenticate, you need to somehow have different time intervals to really classify the threat levels on those devices. If you don't see they are being trusted, then we kind of re-authenticate those devices after we identify that as a device that's not really as we identify this as a device with high risk. So again, if you look at, we define the values for the authentication, and you can see the values, they pretty much device authentication scores. When the devices are working well, they look quite good. And this is what I said when we classified the low risk, medium risk, and high risk. We kind of define the intervals at which we want to authenticate devices based on whether they are low, medium, or high risk devices, or if it is an unauthorized device. So again, we launched some type of attacks on the network. So if you see here, device 4 and device 8, that actually shows they are unauthorized devices. We did some, swapping the labels of some of these devices. We also created fake device, because sometimes fake devices come in to do, spoof information in a decentralized environment. So we try to, detect those unauthorized, as you can see here, for spoofing. So the models actually detects these things quite well. So I think I'm well on my time. Very good. So it's just showing a way of really building a trust backbone in terms of how do you authenticate the hardware devices based around some of these features that we have classified. We got around 42 features now we have identified. So we are looking at now the memory, as we have done initially with looking at the cycle counts of the GPUs. Now we are gone into the memory, and the next will be looking at the clock skewness, because that is quite important to look at the clocks. If the clocks work, then we will be adding the clock to those. And we want to identify different number of parameters, so that if one of the parameters, for example, because of the, one of the device gets heated, temperatures can be quite sensitive in some of these devices. We want to make sure we have a list of different features that we can pick and choose based around the risk level of some of these IoT devices going forward. And most of this work that I presented has led on to patents. So what I enjoy as an academic is taking research to commercial space, and hopefully British Telecom will put some of the outcome of this work into their production in the next level of devices that they are going to be rolling out going forward. So with that, Thank you again. Thank you, KCST, for providing this opportunity. And as I always say, I had a very healthy relationship with Kuwait, and I had master's student and also PhD students. And once Dawood finishes, hopefully, then I want to take on another PhD student, and I'm happy to remotely supervise with Professor Khalid so that we continue this, and I offer this opportunity always to students at the end so that the legacy continues till I leave this ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Raj, for the amazing presentation. So we have questions. Professor Khalid, and then, yes.
He's always asking questions.
Yeah, as I told you, in previous life, I chaired a lot of conferences, and being the chair of the session, you have to ask questions, because otherwise it's embarrassment. So I continue the
I'm an old man, I'm used to it.
we are both.
When my kids say, Dad, you're useless, I accept that.
Yeah. It is maybe a stupid or crazy question, but when you were talking about authentication and create trust of these IoT devices, we ran a project here about, it was basically much lower level than this, preventing utilization, enslaving IoT devices to be used as a tool for DDoS. So you can implant some software and launch attack at the same time. During what you said, you're talking about basically IoT devices that you want to authenticate through devices, which is great. That solves a great part of the problem. But again, we go back to the Carsten talk, is trusted or trustworthy. So would that, do you deal with a situation where identity theft? We know identity theft when it comes to humans, but what if these low capability devices being utilized by more sophisticated third party to use their authentication to go through to the system? So basically, I attack an IoT device, get this device to connect to the system, be authenticated because it's trusted, and then use this channel to attack the system.
Yeah. I think it's a good question, but I think, so we recently had a meeting with the OpenID Foundation, who uses all these single sign-on platforms that Google, Microsoft, all these guys use. So one of the things is, how do you make it quantum resistance, the ID? So they're already thinking the next level. So one of the things we get asked when we do this, even including BT customers, they ask, how do you make sure when you extract these features, they are protected? Because some of these are fingerprinting the real device itself, which can be quite sensitive. So somebody can mimic those devices and they can replicate this device online. So the idea is you really have to make sure you secure these devices quite. So Carsten's spoke about homomorphic encryption. So my last student did work around feature extraction classification on the encrypted domain, these features, and then doing. So we obviously have to do, because if you do device and user authentication, then you are going to have very sensitive users biometric features, and then you're going to have very sensitive features from the device itself. And I think we somehow have to protect these features on the device itself before you start doing it. So I think it has to be an automated process. You have to have a baseline first. And one of the challenges that we find with this is most of the manufacturers don't allow you to tamper with their initial feature that's built into, because they are firmware. What we see is from the Wi-Fi 7 standard that's coming in, there are things that we can tap in from the channel itself. So we don't have to really rely too much, because we still think getting device features are still quite challenging, because it's more manufacturer specific and they're not going to easily leave. And it also, if you give that kind of detail, then somebody's going to start building those features and building their own devices, rogue devices, and coming to the marketplace. So I think it's a combination of combining some of these devices, especially the kind of crystal oscillator impurities that we identify seems to be quite stable as we do not a repetition. Because initially we started with the temperature, that was quite messy, we didn't like it. But the crystal oscillators seem to give us good results now, which is via the patents. There are 4 patents now on the crystal impurities. We think memory will be something quite we can play around with. And if you look at as I said, the CSI, the channels, state information, Wi-Fi 7 seems to be quite good, the data, because BT is doing some pilots at the moment on Wi-Fi 7. And we may be able to get something. The BT CTO is quite excited. They think this is going to be commercially viable for them at the moment. So I'm excited as an academic because that's what I get pride in when you see the commercial entities interested. Yeah.
Great. We have one more question from Professor Slaid.
Thank you, Professor Raj, for the amazing presentation. I just have a question in regards to the trustworthiness for mobile devices. It's more challenging, obviously. So I know there are many different models and solutions out there in terms of creating trust cores, in terms of using blockchain and so on. But from, let's say, a highly mobile device perspective, like drones that may join a session for a very short time, how would you ensure the trustworthiness of that design within a particular network?
You just have to kind of probably look in different time slots initially and build the trust over a period of time. So you may want to create initially a specific baseline. I think you might have a specific behavior you might have learned in such drone system, which is a very interesting thing, because I think I probably can say we did some work around Pakistan-India border recently when they were flying drones around it. How do you find which trustworthy drone is coming from which party? Because each of them were mimicking the other one and trying to fly them around. But each country roughly knew what kind of behavior their drones had in terms of hardware features. So we were trying to see some level of anomaly coming into the drone environment. But I haven't done much work in terms of drones, but I think this is what we have seen. We have to create a swarm of drones and see how the swarm behaves, I would say.
Yeah, but what if the drone, let's say, or the mobile device is joining the session for the first time? So that particular swarm wouldn't have the history, the information in that regards.
Yeah, so you need to again have some kind of consensus mechanism you need to start building and have some kind of majority voting whether you're going to trust this drone or kick this drone out. You may want to really classify different levels of giving access to certain things and see how trustworthy this drone is, and then see over a period of time, these drones, they will only survive for a very short period of time. They won't. So you can kind of see how for long, although you can argue now some of these countries are playing this, flying for a longer period to build the trust in the environment. So it is quite a challenge, I would say. It's not as easy as playing around with IoT devices in terms of drones. Yeah. Thank you.
So Raj, very, very quick question. So in terms of the data that you're using to fingerprint a device, so you have these 32 metrics. So how repeatable is that? Because it's not just the fact that you're capturing this data, but you also have to measure it, and the measurement itself could cause an error.
Yeah. So it is quite repeatable. So we have done around 20 times the same things, and it's fine. That's what I said. Initially, when we did clock skewness and looked at the thermal effect, it was just we were getting 40%, 50%, and BT wasn't happy. When you want the crystal impurities, because they are coming with the crystal itself, you can really reproduce these values over a period of time. So we got very good results. That's why they went to patents, but cheekily, BT now taken my name out and put the patent out because they want to commercialize it. With me, it is a big problem. But yes, in the repeatability, we have very good repeatability. That's one thing we struggled, but I think we are now confident that with crystal oscillators, it's quite repeatable. So, for example, we work with Arizona State Universities and Michigan for autonomous vehicles. They start with thermal and looking at the channel state information. They couldn't do much. And now they like what we have identified in terms of crystal impurities. They are quite repeatable. So I can quite confidently say this is quite repeatable at the moment. So that's what we want to create this data set, which can be kind of reused, and we are kind of confident it is reusable. Memory, we think, is kind of things which could be quite reusable again. That's what we are getting at the moment. And also, we need to keep, one of the things we realized people started doing, if you have 4 cores, you need to decouple all the cores, because otherwise, as you mentioned, if they try to schedule in a multi-core, it's very difficult.
So you need to really look at the behavior when they're decoupled, not when they're working together. So I think these are some of the things we learn the hard way going through.
Great.
So
an
amazing
talk
to end the day with.
So thank you, Professor Raj. I'll quickly first thank the attendees and mainly our speakers, Professor Leen, Professor Iona, Professor Raj, Professor Omar, and Professor Karsten. Also, Professor Shitra, she's giving tomorrow a talk. She'll start the day with the main talk at 9 a.m., so please be there. After that, we'll have technical sessions. We have actually 3 technical sessions during the day. We want to thank also our speakers for tomorrow for serving as the session chairs for those technical sessions. We'll have an interesting panel which is moderated by our colleague from KCST, Professor Huda. So it will be in a very interesting program tomorrow, 3 technical sessions, 1 main session and 1 panel. So please be there tomorrow at 9. So it will be here in Hall C. Thank you so much.